votre empire saura résister au passage du temps.
I see 7 players.
I see 8.
I see 8, but should we have one more because Agathi's in?
Yeah.
Yes, someone doesn't have a settler.
Yeah, I think that means we're missing a settler. But I really hope we're not.
Like, I think the Swissy missing. Yeah, Swissy, you don't have a settler.
No Swissy. Wonder next to Cap for Munch.
Okay, we will do it quickly. I'll reload.
Yep.
It was Matterhorn.
That's really nice for your army.
Yeah, with Imagine Varu and Matterhorn.
And just a little culture boost at the beginning could have been deadly for your neighbor.
Yeah, that was, and I had Citrus first circle.
Okay,
I had some. Your lobby's up. Does the diversifier know that we reload? Might be new guy.
Do you have the link? Or I could go get it, I guess.
I can put the link. Let me just get in.
Yeah, Agatha, it shows you in the first slot. Is it supposed to do that?
Ah, it's supposed to go last slot, yeah.
Yeah, but you have to open more slots.
Should be good now.
And just in case you're interested, Agatha, me and I think it was Cake HPP, we were watching your stream yesterday, and if you're wondering, your voice was very, very low compared to the sound and the music, almost to the point where we couldn't make out any words that you were saying. I don't know if you got those.
But you said I was speaking very low as well. I fixed it for today. I think.
Cool. Link is in bot commands or something.
Can you also post it in the RFPC? It's going to be easier for it to diversify to find it.
Oh, yeah. Do you want me to take it out of text?
I think we get it.
I'm just looking for the... Oh, there it is. Oh, you're talking in there. Okay, so I didn't see that, Agatha. Sorry.
That's good. I posted it. So we're just waiting for the players to rejoin if you're on the stream. I think I'm sorry, I think we're gonna go with 8 players here. I don't think we have any more spots. But I see Space. Well, if you want, we still have tournament games tomorrow, so actually we have 4 more tournament games this weekend. No, we won't do 10, we'll go with 8 because we don't have a 10 player. I'm very sorry, Space. It's already like 36 minutes past the start time. We gotta get it going. This is just a remap. Everybody's green? To everyone?
Oh, good.
All good. Let's do this.
Good thing.
Yep.
Nice joke.
Nice jiggle. You're starting to sound like me. Doing bad jokes all the time, Requiem. I guess we're much older than what we appear.
We are what?
We are much older than what we appear. Like old people.
Older?
Yeah, old people do bad jokes.
Hello?
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
fun. Oh.
You missed it. I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna play.
Ah, okay.
I'm just here to chat.
Sounds good.
You bait?
Sorry?
You won?
Yeah. This guy was such a
Yeah.
noob.
Wow, that's racist.
Yes, it is. I admit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You said
We got 8.
you can't.
All
Sorry?
good. We got 8 settlers, so all good to go. Okay.
They started Space Miner, so
I know. I'm just chilling in here anyways.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Space Miner. I wish I could have changed it, but we're already a little bit late.
It's
this
fine.
guy said he was gonna prepare for me, and he built 3 submarines.
Could have conceded 20 turns ago, but
We could have conceded literally 1.5 hours ago, but yeah. well,
yeah.
It was his right. But it was a bit annoying.
Now I just get to wake up 5 hours earlier than normal tomorrow for the next one.
Yeah, or you can just play. There's another one like in 24 hours from now as well. It's up to you. Next one is at 6 a.m. If you're American, but it's at the noon.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But I'm a time zone behind the one that's scheduled for Americans, so it'd be 5 o'clock for me.
Oof.
Could wake up extra early.
Well, if you want, you can join up. We've got plenty of room actually.
What'd you say?
There should be plenty of room for that game as well.
Yeah, I doubt that's the most popular one ever.
The most popular one is the time slot 6. Tom will be doing it. It's actually the same time as today, but tomorrow.
It's the fucking middle of the night.
Alright, I'll go back up, but if you want to chat with me, I'm always ready to chat as well.
Are all the time slots open so far?
Right now, there's room in all the time slots, yeah.
And are we allowed to play in, like, for say all of them tomorrow, or?
You're allowed to play all of them if you want. It's gonna be a long weekend though if you do that.
Yeah, I'm willing to wait.
Yeah. If you register, you're guaranteed a spot, so you can't be left out. You still got time as well for the end of Saturday or early Sunday game. But I mean, there's enough room that you don't even need to register and you'll be able to play.
Yeah. Is there like a command to register, or?
You just post which time slot you want in our FPC registration. And then I'll handle the rest.
MC Meg, are you in?
The diversifier.
There is no first mates, right?
Yeah, no first meets. Okay, yeah, he's loaded in. Well, good luck, have fun, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So there's no city state boost for first meet. So
Yeah,
I heard.
exactly.
Yeah. I think our friend Agathy has met them all.
Yep.
So go.
So, welcome to the time slot 5 for the tournament. So I'm Agathy. I'll be your host today. We've got 8 players here, a few very strong ones and a few new players, so we'll see what happens. And it looks like we actually have a very interesting map with some very strong starts. Right now we're right in the middle of the map. We see Brazil right here. Brazil is played by Rodman. So Rodman playing Brazil. I think he's a relatively new player, but we'll see. He has a very strong spawn for Brazil. A lot of jungles. You have to remember the adjacency is very strong. And he's got bananas, a deer tile, even a cultural tile there. So we'll see exactly what he chooses to work first. He obviously does not see those resources here, right? He doesn't see the oil and the coal. We see that because we are the observer. And he's got Nan Medal right next door as well, which does give extra culture if he would put neighborhoods near the coast, but I don't think it's going to be the case for him. Right next to him we've got Korea actually. Korea also a pretty decent start, but not as good as Brazil, I would say. Korea is played by Ryan. So Ryan is a regular player around, pretty fun player to play with. I'm expecting him to do actually quite well. I'm actually going to turn on the option here to activate auto end turn. He's going for a scout first, which I would expect from him. We'll see what he does. They might become friendly. I think it would be to their advantage not to war early, but they're close enough, so maybe they will have to fight for a few settles. We'll see. You have to remember this is a Diplo Plus game, so they are allowed one friendship for the tournament here. And I'm actually pretty happy to see Munch here in the tournament. It's this very fun player to watch. And he's playing India as well. And he has Uluru, actually a very strong Uluru here. Even a hut here he didn't take yet. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually rushes Uluru and goes for Petra City, because he's got heals as well. Looks pretty appealing to me. We'll see what he chooses. He's going for a scout now. And decent, honestly, a very strong start for India. India tends to have sometimes starts that are not as strong because they don't have a bias. But he's got a river, he's got a wine tower here, and he's on a different continent. Oh, he's on the same continent. Two different continents here. So I think it's a pretty good start. We've got Requiem here playing Greece. Oh, Coco. So, Coco, a lot of gold, a lot of mountains, a lot of jungle. Very strong capital for Greece. A good campus spot. So, I do think, and he's pretty safe really. No one really can threaten. Ah, maybe Eiffel. We'll see. He's got horses, so he should be also feeling pretty safe for that. We'll see if he tries to explore and settles north, or if he tries to go south. I think he'll probably do both, but we have to keep an eye out, because I think so far his position is one of the safest with those mountains, if he decides to stay behind them. But at the same time, he could feel trapped. We'll see. That's the tech for now. Eiffel's going double scout. Actually, did he find one, or did he buy one? Not sure. Oh, there's a hut there. It looks like Requiem found it. I'm not sure if Eiffel found it. Probably Requiem will get it. Eiffel has a decent start. He doesn't see the Aaron, doesn't see this, right? So it's not as strong as we think, but he still has a few forest tiles to work. And with Cree, it's really easy to have a relatively strong start with those scouts. Most of the time, you do go for at least 2 scouts with Cree. And those scouts, especially if they get a promotion, can get very strong very quickly. So we'll see if he chooses to be aggressive, because he could try to steal a settler or a builder from someone, if, for example, Requiem wants to go north. Or he could try to kill the city-state, but he hasn't got the city-state close so far. We've got Toronto up north with the Barb Camp, and it looks like Ryan, actually playing Korea, found this natural wonder next to him. So he must be pretty pleased as well about this. So that's about the middle and the western side of the map. Let's go check on the east side a little bit. We got here a new player playing Arabia. He went Slinger first, so he did not go for a scout. And he's going now for settler. He's got a decent capital. He's got like a sheep tile, 2 tiles as well to work. Not the best, but there's a lot you can do with that. And with Arabia, especially, there's some timing push you can do. Yeah, you're right, Arabia's rushing religion as well. That's an important thing to notice. In the mod, as soon as you discover astrology with Arabia, you gain 1 prophet points per turn, so you don't even need the holy site to rush your religion. You just need to get this. And here, so with Arabia, there's very good timings you can do with the double pasture, if that's what he wants to try to do. He doesn't have horses though, but you could still allow him to get the early night timing if that's what he wants. And there's some spices here, so this is interesting. We've got quite a few players actually going for bronze working, right? We got India, Greece, Cree, and Brazil. Right now, Greece, Requiem and Munch are in the lead, just because they got more population in their city. How are you, Fonzie? Happy to see you there. If you want to join me up in chat, you can. I'm always up for that. Just let me know. I try to sometimes stay out of the channel so I can talk more and analyze the game, and I could reveal stuff. But if I stay with them, sometimes the voices kind of go over. I have to pull you up. It's in Caster's room. I can pull you up. Give me a second. Hey, how are you?
Hello.
You're live. How do you feel?
Oh wow, this is the first time for me.
Well, it's pretty fun just to observe the game. Like, what do you think so far?
I just tuned in. I like the commentary. I have to mute the Twitch, I think, because otherwise I'll have an echo.
Well, what I hear is what people will hear here. So that's pretty easy. I'm just going over. There's like still another player here, Swissy. He's playing Aztec. Like, actually, Aztec is pretty strong on most maps. And it looks like he's got another continent as well. Actually, never mind. It's not that close to another continent. And here we've got also Chris.
Yeah, I'm very curious about the Eiffel Requiem clash there.
Yeah, me too. So he's talking about the Requiem on the Pericles, right? And Eiffel. Do you think Eiffel's gonna rush him or no?
He said he was gonna.
Oh,
but
really?
I think Requiem is. He said when they met, Eiffel said like, I think I need to scout rush someone, and they are pretty close.
Well, they are the closest. Besides maybe Korea and Brazil, but they have a jungle between them, so.
But I think Requiem is a smart enough player to deal with the scouts, although they can be very annoying.
Like, why do people scout rush actually? What makes those scouts so strong?
Yeah, that 3rd level promotion. That is that gives them plus 20, which is so strong. And they start with a free promotion, of course, so
yeah,
they only need 2 promotions to level up to that plus 20 strength, and then they are really, really strong early game.
It looks like actually Eiffel is blocking the settler from Requiem already. You can see he has a warrior around.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, there's gonna be an early war.
That's interesting. We see all the future, like coal and oil and niter.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, I like the spectator mod.
So we got like, this is actually pretty interesting because most people like to see or predict what's gonna happen, and then you get to see the whole map, and that's how basically half the fun is, right?
Yep. Yep.
We also got Gorgo. We haven't talked about him in newbie one, so just showing his land. He's got horses, salt, some nice forest actually, nice chops.
Did you see if he moved his cap or?
I couldn't see. I think he did not though. Just by looking at population.
Yeah. It's too bad that river doesn't allow another city on freshwater to the west. Yeah, west.
But I don't think he could have known that.
No, of course, no, of course not. No.
We've got actually 3 blue CS this game. Babylon, Stockholm, and Geneva. Oh, there's a second city settled for Munch as well, India. Right next to the Uluru, so he's getting the Oasis very strong tile there. 3, 2, 1, 2.
That is nice indeed. He does have to make sure that he's going to build some mines there, because otherwise that production will be not very good.
Do you think a Petra would be good or no? Like, is it even worth the investment?
I would say it's not a priority, but
Okay.
if you have the chance, you can definitely do it. Huh?
Well, he's got some bars problem as well, so he's got to deal with that too.
There's only 3 desert hills, so it's not that good of a Petra.
That is true. So the settler is still blocked by Requiem. Not by Requiem, by Eiffel. Requiem is still blocked by Eiffel.
Oh, he had to move back. That's there's also that scout there as well. That's really annoying.
I think he's bringing back his warrior. Try to deal with the Kree warrior there.
Yep. Are they at war already? Can we see that?
We can see. I'll check next turn after turn the turnover. They are not at war yet. So we'll see. Although I do think Requiem should find another place to settle. Because just waiting there, I'm not sure it's the good play. If he waits too long, he's going to be a little bit behind on Kree here, on science and culture.
He might be settling also on the sugar if he's really trapped, but I'm not sure yet.
Let's go check Brazil. The amazing spawn, right? He has a deer, he has some silk. He's going for a warrior right now. Brazil is a new player though, Roadman, so we'll see how he does. Should be pretty interesting to see. Oh! Oh, Ryan saved his settler. I almost missed that. So Ryan had a settler right next to a Kree scout. But he had movement, so he was fine.
But that is a sweet city spot right there.
Yeah. Actually, Ryan has to play passive, I think. He's surrounded by 4 players. I mean, what would you do if you were Ryan in this situation?
I would settle on the horses and make sure I get some more military, but he's doing that. I see he's building a warrior, so that's good.
Yeah.
So Eiffel has a choice if he's going to Sky Rush. But I know Eiffel not as such an aggressive player.
Yeah. Looks like actually Eiffel settled second city as well. Not much production though in the new city, but he's gonna have some food.
I'm curious what that Gorgo city is going to be exactly, because is it going to block another city in between there? That would not suit both players very well.
Gorgo or Pericles?
I think it's Gorgo here, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry, here I'm confused. It was another player. The one that had the settler next to the Eiffel Scout.
Ah, it's Korea.
Ah, it's Korea. Yeah.
Oh, he's going actually for settling. He's not settling the horse.
Ah.
Okay. We'll see how it plays out. I mean, it's quite risky against Kree, because I see 2 scouts that could reach that city pretty quickly, and he's building another scout in his capital. And well, he's got the warrior, so maybe he'll be fine.
Yeah, and that city settle will block any other city in between.
Yeah. Actually, he even says in the chat, bring it. So it looks like he's taunting Kree here.
Yeah.
Okay, so Requiem settler managed to go through. He might be able to settle the coffee. There's so much to keep track, sometimes it's hard, right?
Yeah.
Players.
Yeah.
Let's go check our player Aztec here. He's got Kilimanjaro as a start. A lot of food. Where would you settle that city?
That is interesting. There's only 2 freshwater spots, huh? On the grassland hills, and the grassland hills with a forest.
Yeah.
In the south, there's no river, huh?
I think I would settle on the forest personally, but I'm not sure if it's the best settle.
I think that would be better. Because then you can also... there's some nice campus spots there. And there is an iron blocking the best spot.
We don't know if he researched iron working.
Yeah, true.
He's actually going for bronze working right now. 9 turns.
Yeah. Yeah, he will have bronze working before he will ever build a campus there, so...
Unless he's just taking and not finishing it. Could wait for the boost as well.
If he builds a city on that forest hill, he can build a campus and a commercial hub adjacent to the city, and then the campus will have +3 adjacency.
So war declaration funds here between Korea and Kree.
Sorry, what?
There's a war declaration.
Yeah, I saw the Kree scout attacking already.
Yeah.
He's trying to level it up. I don't know if it's smart to attack the city center, because I think that will give less XP if I'm not mistaken. But
I don't know actually. But
yeah,
he doesn't want to give experience to the warriors either, though.
Yeah, but I think it's that's also a good point.
We'll see. Actually, we should go check if Arabia is going for religion as well. Yeah, he's rushing a holy site. You can see in his capital here.
Yeah, I see Tordred confirming that it's less XP hitting the city center.
Okay. So Swissy looks like he chose his friend. It's gonna be a newbie one.
Oh, his name is actually Newbie.
Yeah. Nobody is getting a general just yet, but I think I've seen some players shift entering already. There's another settler coming out for Munch, India, but we'll keep the screen on the action right here. Oh, 2 first moves for Ryan, so I think he's actually okay.
Ooh, that scout. Is it level 3? Is it level 3?
I don't know.
It's probably very close.
Yeah.
If he has the card on for double XP on scouting units.
So you have to know that the level 3 scout you get +20, I think, for the promotion, right?
Yes, it will be 40 strength in total.
So that's stronger than a sword.
Yep.
And at this stage, and it has 3 movement as well, right? So at this stage, it's probably the best unit that you could even hope to have. Another one coming as well, south. I think Ryan is still a bit in trouble, because he could level up those scouts pretty easily with those units.
He moved to the way 3 tiles, so I'm guessing he didn't have the upgrade this turn. Otherwise he could have upgraded it on the grassland.
Maybe he just tried to move away quickly. Sometimes players load slow, right?
Yeah, true.
So maybe
and also a bit panic.
Yeah.
A bit panicking.
So the second city is out for Brazil. He's going for another settler, and he already has a builder. I think he might have found the builder or bought it. We'll go check the goal for Brazil. Okay, so he didn't buy the builder. He actually found it in a hut. Oh, I see more warriors coming out for Ryan here. Ryan is going for foreign trade, and he's just placed his first one as well. So he feels pretty confident, I think. He thinks he can defend theirs.
He just put down a district there, is that... Oh, that's Sewong, of course.
Sewong,
yeah.
Very good placement for it. For Korea.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, that's a brilliant spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 mines next to it, which 4 mines gives you a total of...
5 if you want. You could count 5 if you want.
Yeah, but you get +1 adjacency for every
Yeah.
2 mines.
Yeah.
So it will be +3 adjacency. I mean +2 and then +3 in total because.
Yeah. And the mines get signs too.
Yep.
So the city was settled for Noxus as well, for Requiem. And he's got another settler out as well. He's getting probably the cocoa tile here. Not the cocoa, the hill tile to get more cocoa. Beautiful campus spot too there.
Yeah, he has some beautiful land here. Is he in friendship with Eiffel? Because he's very vulnerable here.
Actually, we'll check. We'll check next turn, but knowing Eiffel, I don't think he would go for a double war that early.
No, that's true, but he is vulnerable here.
Yeah, yeah. There's a friendship sign between Cree and Greece here.
Ah, yes, that's not surprising here.
Some action here. You see Eiffel scouting, no, getting more experience as well. I think Ryan is safe though. Even if those scouts get some experience, Ryan just needs to take up the swords and he should be able to hold. He's in 5 turns away from bronze working right now.
Does he have iron in his land? Did we see that already?
I don't see any iron close, you're right. That could become a problem.
Yes. No, it's not close, right? I don't see it. Maybe south.
Maybe. He's got a horse, but he didn't. I don't think he took that path. He probably will need some archers and Victor. So we're also 10 turns away from the first religion. Arabia did a holy site rush.
I'm not feeling very confident about Eiffel's position here.
Me neither, to be fair. I think he over spent on scouts. They are strong, but he did just produce 3 more from his capital. He needs to gain something out of those scouts.
Yeah, exactly. And what he needs is that third level.
Well, he's got 2 level 2 scouts, and both
Yeah.
of them are close to level 3. Let's go check a bit on Munch here. Munch going double holy site. Okay, so it's gonna be a heavy religion game. And he's also took the Pantheon that gives extra fate for the high appeal tiles. DS of Earth Goddess, I think.
That works actually very nice also with the Wonder.
Yeah. We got City Patron also chosen by Arabia to get the faster districts. Eiffel went for the pasture Pantheon, so if you get a pasture, you get an extra culture. He's got 2 in his expand, so that could become useful.
Yeah, and 1 in his cap as well, I see. Oh, another one is there in the 3rd ring of his cap.
Yeah, you're right, there's a few in his cap as well. He's getting a builder, so he's probably going to get those actually. He wants the early culture. Let's go check here on Brazil. Oral tradition. Oh, no, oral tradition, isn't it the one with for bananas, right? The plantations.
Yep. Yep.
Well, he's got a lot of as well of bananas in his land. He's probably going to sell another city on the river here, and get even more culture out of it.
Does Arabia have holy sites up already or not?
He has 1, but you have to remember in the mod he actually gets an extra point just for teching astrology, right?
Yeah.
So he's getting a religion pretty quickly.
Can we check the great people points in this view?
Yeah. So Greece has done 1 project for a general, Pericles Requiem. And Arabia is about 8 turns maybe from a religion from now. And High Pasha is the first scientist, so it looks like Ryan will actually get it with the Sawan.
Very probably, yes.
So that's a very strong grab for the early game, really, especially for Korea. Yeah. Looks like there's not much competition for general this game, but to be fair, the map is not necessarily favorable for generals. Maybe it would have been useful for Kree or Korea here, or maybe even for Arabia or Brazil if they wanted to fight early.
Korea made a lot of warriors. I think that's a good idea, but I'm
Yeah.
wondering how they will hold up without Iron. Maybe he can trade it with someone.
Yeah, that's always an option. Although I think Eiffel is over. He's getting another scout in this expand now. I think that's just a little bit too much.
Yeah, well, if you commit, if you do it, you have to commit. But you
I
will.
guess so.
Does it say 10 turns on the? I can't see it very well.
10 turns yet to produce it because
Oh.
it's going for food. It's going sugar and probably two.
Yeah,
Two
the
cows.
production at city is not very good.
Yeah.
He should probably switch tiles there. I don't know if that 2-2 tile belongs to the second city, but
You should probably take it, this one. And I'm replying to Sagjik. Oui, existe un mode spectateur pour Civilization 6. C'est le mode qu'on utilise en ce moment. Yeah, there's a spectator mod for Civ 6, and most people are pretty happy to see there's actually some good games being played, right?
yeah, definitely.
And it looks like Aztec actually settled the spot we thought he would. On the
Yeah,
map,
that's beautiful. That's a beautiful city.
And he bought, I think he's going to place his campus on the iron tile before he discovers it. Because he bought all those tiles already.
Oh wow,
Oh,
that's a
wait.
lot of money.
Although he's going to discover the iron next turn in the technology, so he's going to be pretty disappointed.
That's probably not a good way to spend your money there, to already buy those tiles.
Wow.
I mean, of course you're gonna buy the tiles around Kilimanjaro, but
Yeah.
he doesn't have bronze working yet, right?
Well, he's got it. Literally on
Yes.
the turn transition now.
So he bought it to make sure he can build a campus there, but that was a bit too hasty,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, it's a mistake on his part here. And
Yep.
he didn't need to rush when it's working. He's got no direct neighbor threatening him, really.
Oh, but that's, even though it's still always a good idea.
I guess so, right? We never know.
Yep. In this competitive Civ League, it's make sure you have some swords or horses, but preferably swords.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like there's an encampment coming up for Gorgo as well. So maybe we're going to see some action between Arabia and Gorgo on this side of the world. And he settled the natural wonder as well here. What's the name in English for this one? Red Bell Lake?
Oh yeah. I'm not very good at that. Yeah, like Radba. Yes, it says there. Yeah, yeah.
But I see an encampment finishing next turn. Pericles will get his general next turn as well, which is Sun Tzu. I think it's probably the best era classical general there is.
Yep, I agree. Although the other ones, I mean, the one you that can steal barbarians, you can do some funny stuff with that. It's if you can steal like an early quadrireme, that's always very nice.
That is true.
But of course, you want them on the battlefield, not using the mobility.
Looks like Arabia actually went for a shrine as well, so maybe he's going to go for some spread early. Maybe he wants to get some missionaries, maybe even Crusader, we'll see. Since he rushed the religion. I'm gonna go check back again on the front here. Korea has so many warriors. Shame he doesn't have iron really, because he's got the perfect pre-build.
I think these two players are rallying each other here.
Well, I think Korea had to answer to the scout rush, right?
Yep, yeah, he had to. But he really went all in with the warriors.
Well, now I would like to see him transition, getting another settler probably. Or maybe getting Hypatia or builders or something, right?
Tordred feels that Requiem's chances are best to win this game.
So far, I would say so as well, but I do think Brazil is a very strong spawn. Can do really well as well. And it's so early, we can't really like decide who's the winner yet.
Ah, yeah, he has a general already. Yep.
Yeah. He's the one who got Sun Tzu. He did 2 projects for it. So he might be looking to go aggressive, but I do think it's mostly a defensive general here. Just in case anything happens. And wow, actually India, Munch is going triple Holy Site. Not 1, not 2, but 3 early. So he's probably going to go for the Golden Age, how is it called? Monumentality?
Yep, yeah, definitely.
That allows you to buy settlers and builders with Fate during the classical era. So if he manages to get the Golden Age, he would be in a very strong position as well. Although his line is not the best, he's got so much Fate, he could probably sim up that.
He's making a lot of Fate, that is true.
Let's go check the demographics actually. Like, he's already on 18 Fate per turn. For turn 25, it's pretty good. Technically, Korea is ahead in science, but he's the only one with just a 1, right? We've got 8 science for Munch, 5 for the Arabian player, 7 for Swissy, so it's all pretty much around 5 or 6. For culture, we've got Rodman kind of in the lead, but Munch is on 7.5, 7.4 for newbie 1, 5.8, yeah, it's around 5 as well, culture per player. Brazil has very strong spawn, but is also surrounded, so we have to be careful, right? We don't know what will happen. Though Rodman, he's a Rodman, and I think I've seen him play before, but even though he's not a regular, I do think he still knows a little bit about the game, so we never know. We could be surprised here, even if he's not the best player.
It does seem like a nice expand here. This doesn't seem bad, what he's doing at the moment.
So far, yeah, he's got the spices in Fortaleza. He's going to probably get some bananas and improve them with irrigation to get culture from his Pantheon. I think he's doing pretty well. Looks like Aztec actually bought another tile to place down a holy site. Okay, so Aztec did not buy those tiles for the campus. He bought them for a holy site.
That is interesting.
It's very heavy religion game. Very heavy religion. Brazil also started with the Pingala governor, which is slightly unusual.
Yes, I saw that. That is a weird pick for your first governor.
Why is that? What's your favorite picks, Fons, for the first governors?
Magnus, huh? Always.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you want that chopping bonus. It's very rare. Sometimes I go Amami first if there's like a city-state that I want to seize very badly. But that's not often the case. That might be something like Kumasi or Stockholm, maybe. But Stockholm, you don't need that early. It's, yeah, 9 out of 10 times is Magnus.
I sometimes take Victor if I feel under threat. Just because it does give some bonus and you don't need as many units to defend. So it allows you to get another settler out. But my favorite pick is Magnus as well. The bonus production is just so strong, and if you get a few settlers, few builders out, as soon as Magnus is established, you can chop 2 or 3 forests to keep expanding.
What I like about Magnus as well is that if you have a lot of land, I like to get that second ability that settlers don't take up.
Oh, that's true.
A citizen, yeah. If I know I'm gonna build like 5-6 settlers in that city, I love that second ability.
Yeah, one of the strongest ability, really.
Tordred says, I think Liang is a good first option. That's an interesting idea. I never tried that actually.
For some civs, it's actually good. Some civs rely a lot on improving tiles, or if you're coastal, you might need Liang in the future anyway. So it does free you the governor spot. If Brazil is going for an Oracle strategy though, which it could, Pingala could be a good first choice as well. If he decides to go for the 3rd promotion, I believe, or the 2nd promotion that doubles the great people point.
I love that promotion, but I mostly get it mid-game somewhere.
But if you rush it, it can be very effective depending on how you do the strategy.
Yeah, definitely. If you're going culture together with Oracle, that is amazing. That is so many great people points.
The government plaza is going down for Gorgo here. So players are semi-up. But right now, most players on 3 cities. Often players goes 3 cities and do a government plaza, get a building, and try to get more settlers out after the building is done to get the 50% production bonus. The audience chamber, I believe, or audience hall.
I see he's going for campuses there, adjacent to his government plaza.
I think so as well.
I myself, I'm a big fan of commercial hubs. I always try to get at least 2 or 3 commercial hubs next to my plaza.
Yeah, the same for me as well. I try to at least get 1 or 2 commercials. Sometimes I mix, sometimes I choose a few districts to be around, but...
Although this is not a bad placement. You can... Eritrea can make a nice commercial hub there, and then you have 1, 2, 3. Yeah, then you have a 3 HGCC campus there.
Yeah. But he has 3 cities around it, so he could put 3 campuses technically.
Ah, yeah, I see now. Someone in the comments says Eritrea has no water. That's true. It has no fresh water. I didn't even see that. That is, let's say, uncommon.
Well, as you were saying, there's no way to settle another river on that. Another settle on that river. It's too short. Maybe I'll go for an aqueduct. We'll see. So Korea has pushed back Kree. Kree has failed his rush. And now Kree's going for a general, okay. There's gonna be a fight for the last general, I think. Oh, there's still 2 generals, so... We have got Gorgo going for a general and Kree as well. Hypatia just got recruited by Korea now. And next turn we'll get the first prophet up for Arabia.
I'm curious about the religion he's gonna pick. As Arabia, you always, in my opinion, want that religion that enables you to buy campus buildings with Fate.
Oh, that is so strong. You're right.
Yep.
But he's only on 2 cities so far. He's got a 3rd settle. He's going to probably settle near the Ivory now. You could also go with Arabia, since you have a Mamluk special unit. It's a very strong timing for a Crusader if you want to try that. But you do have to manage to spread to your neighbor. Crusader gives +7 strength on if you fight in the city's territory of your enemy.
Crusader is always very interesting. I never really pulled it off nicely, but I've seen other players do it.
There's also with Arabia the option to abuse the fact you gain science by spreading, right? Because it's one of their passive bonus. So if they have many followers in many other civs, they get extra science. And there's actually even a belief that does that, so it does stack up. So you could trade those holy sites for, I guess, his science that don't need campus in the early game. We'll see what he chooses really.
Yep.
And
let's see.
4th city up for Brazil as well.
Yeah, he is for a new player. He's expanding quite nicely.
I'm telling you, like, we underestimate many of those new players. This one, I think Brazil has a good shot at doing pretty well this game. And while I agree, Requiem is an amazing spot, right? He's got perfect campus spots, a lot of good tiles, hills. It's still slow to move, slow to expand, and once expanded, it's actually not that safe, right? He has to go towards Kree, he has to go towards Korea or India.
Look at all that cocoa. That is just amazing. That is so much gold. That's so much gold. I love that.
He's actually taken the Pantheon Festival, so I do think that's the Pantheon that gives more food for cocoa tiles.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's beautiful here. I don't pick that Pantheon very often, but I totally understand why I would pick it here. Oh, and those campus spots, Jesus. All 3 cities have a +5 campus spot. You see that?
I see that, yeah. It's and he could settle probably another city, get another +3 here.
Oh, is it 4? Wait, it's 4. They all have
That's
+4 campus spot. Yeah, yeah.
Actually, with jungles, it gives even extra science as well, so it's a +5 here.
Ah, yeah, you're right. Yes.
He's got a boat out, so I think players are now starting to understand the next era's next turn. We'll see who gets a golden age.
Oh, that's interesting.
He's
He
got-
built a ship, a galley.
He's got a special unit, a ship, and a sword, so I think he was rushing for arrow points to get the golden age.
Yes, that must have been the case.
Because the ship gives, I think if it's the first ship, it's 4. And if you're not the first one, it's 2 points.
Yeah, I know for sure it's 2. I'm not sure about the.
The very first ship on the map, I think it's 4. But I have to double check.
First ship is 3 toward
3, okay.
Yep.
We've got a sword, which gives 1 point for arrow score. And a special unit. For him, it's a hoplite. It does give him +2, I believe, or 2 or 3.
+4. The special unit
+4,
always is.
okay.
Yep, same as special building. Any specific unit or building gives you +4.
Okay. And maybe he's going to actually try to take Lisbon out. Since he's got a friendship with Cree North, he might try to expand south. Although Lisbon doesn't have fresh water either, so we'll see what he chooses to do.
Ah, I see. India has the first Varu out already.
Probably for the same reason. Probably for to guarantee the arrow score here. India really needs the next golden age because it's got so much faith. So we're looking at the... Oh! Ryan manages to kill another Kree scouts. You can see they are pretty scattered now. There's not many left. Actually, Ryan is even pushing on Kree.
This is not going very well for our friend Eiffel. But
Yeah.
still, he only has warriors. And Eiffel does have iron, so... Ah, and he just upgraded to a sword.
Yeah. So I think the push will not work, but I think Orion did an amazing job here, defending the Kree scouts and even managed to get a bigger army than the Eiffel here.
Yes, yeah. It's a bit unconventional, but it works.
Yeah. So for the one who are new to the game, right? There's 4 options you get for the Golden Age if you are in the first era. We've got my game's in French, so it might look weird to you, but one of the most favorite one is the Monumentality, which is the 3rd one here. It allows you to buy fate, to buy settlers and builders with fate. And this is what we were talking about for India, for example. But when do you choose the other 2? The other 2 first ones are pretty good as well, Fons.
Yeah, definitely. But for the first Golden Age, if I get a first Golden Age and I am not going Fate, I always pick Pen and Brush.
Yeah.
That culture and gold is just so nice, and that above 1, what's the English name again? The Free Inquiry.
Free Inquiry, right?
Yeah, that's the one you want for the second Golden Age,
Yeah.
because then you have those campuses up. Sorry, the commercial hubs up, and then they're gonna generate some nice research for you.
The last belief is pretty hard to take it, but if you do want to go for a religious victory, it's actually pretty strong. Although religious victory is pretty hard in multiplayer, so I don't think we're gonna see any player doing it for this game. Bristol is doing an amazing job now. He's got his Government Plaza, getting an Ancestral Hall. Let's go check the religion, maybe from Arabia.
He had the culture one for bananas, right? Brazil.
Yeah, culture for bananas. And the religion for Arabia is buying.
Yes, just Jesuit education. That's the one you want. That's if you got that as Arabia, then the first step to a good game has been taken.
And he's also got Watts. I think it's a little early for Watt, but.
Well, in case of Arabia, that might be interesting because they're very cheap for Arabia. They only cost like 10 fate or something to buy them.
15, I think.
Yeah. But then, of course, you have to build the temple.
Yeah. He doesn't have the temple civic yet, but he's going to unlock it soon.
Yeah, temples are real good, but they're in the early game they can be a bit trouble to build. They can take a bit long sometimes.
Yeah. It's mainly they unlock quite late, right? They unlock at Theocracy, so unless you do a warrior monk strategy, which can be done, right? I did it 2 days ago. Generally, you don't rush a Theocracy that quickly.
Theology. When the game just got out, I thought those warrior monks were awesome, so I tried a lot of stuff with them. But to be honest, I never got them to work because swords just beat them very hard.
Well, they did get buffed slightly. A few versions.
That is true. I have not played with the buffed version.
Well, not much. I think they just got 3 extra strength.
Do they benefit from oligarchy?
Yes, but they don't benefit from generals.
Ah, yeah.
If you're curious about warrior monks, I had a game I think 2 streams ago, so you can see me killing under with warrior monks.
I'm not sure, but if I see these Aztec cities, I just have the feeling that he's buying too many tiles. I don't know, or are you just expanding?
Well, we'll see what he does. I think he's at the same time very safe, so if he's playing for the long game, would be good. But I would have loved to see more cities out quicker.
Is he using his Eagle Warriors actually to try to steal some builders?
We'll check.
Because that is of course when you're Aztec, you always want a city-state close, and he has one, La Venta. And the Eagle Warrior special ability is amazing. If you kill the unit, then if it's non-barbarian, you have a high percentage chance of getting a slave, a free builder.
Well, to be honest, it looks like he's not at war with it at all. He's got a trader.
No, that is a mistake by Aztec right there. He should have declared war on La Venta and tried to get his builders. Yep.
So the 5th city is out for Brazil now. So Brazil on a very quick start.
Yeah.
Although he could have waited to sell the city to get a free builder from his ancestral hall.
Ah, yes, yeah. When I go ancestral hall, I mostly try to when I settle my 4th city, that is when I want my ancestral hall up and working. What I mostly do is go Government Plaza, then build my 4th settler. Then while it's moving away, I build ancestral hall, and when I settle it, I will get the free builder. That's what you want. I see that Eiffel chased away all the warriors.
Yeah, actually Ryan lost a lot here.
Oh yes, where are all those warriors?
Well, he still has a lot, but he overextended a little bit. And you saw the first shift enter from Eiffel to save Australia as well. They're really playing a high level game here. So basically, if you use the command shift enter, it does automatically end your turn. So all the moves that you have designed will happen straight away. And that includes the trader, right? So what he did here is he did shift enter, it moved his trader, and now he unended his turn to actually play it.
Yes.
Because otherwise Ryan would have had a trader here.
That is a very nice strategy to save your traders and also to save other units.
Yeah. Do you think Eiffel's going to try to push back now that he's got swords?
If he realizes that Ryan doesn't have iron, then I think he will, but I don't know if he realizes that.
By the way, I'm also keeping track of the Golden Age, and there's only 2 players that actually got it. Only Munch, India, and Requiem, Greece here.
Yeah. Well, Munch is of course he went monumentality, so he's gonna spam settlers. He's gonna buy them with fate.
Actually, he did buy builders first. We see like there's 3 builders in caps.
Ah, yes. Yeah, that's
Which
of
is
course
still fine
also
as well.
very good. And he's making some Varus. I'm curious what he's gonna do with those. Maybe he just build them as a defense versus Pericles. Although the Pericles special unit is very good against Varus.
Well, it can be a stalemate, right? If it's just defense, you're still fine. Get a few Varus. If you get 2 Varus next to one of those hoplites, you still get -10 of them. so it's
True.
not too bad.
But I'm liking Greece's spot here.
Me too.
Requiem is doing a good job.
Well, he has a good land, really. And he's a very strong player, so...
Definitely. Those two things combined, I'm putting my money on Requiem for this game.
I do think
But
Munch...
I'm curious to see what Brazil is gonna do, because he's expanding like mad.
But that's exactly what he needs to do, really. And honestly, he's getting probably much ahead in science and culture at the moment, so... He's probably going to be able to outpace Arabia and maybe take him over as well eventually. Though Munch, I do believe he needs to settle as well on the other side of the mountains if he wants to get probably a banana settle there. Or he does actually need a few more troops maybe to defend his borders. I don't know if Requiem's going to kill Lisbon or if he's just going to go in through. Looks like he has it suzerain right now.
Yeah, I was also thinking, is he attacking or is he moving in? I think he's moving in. I mean, yeah, he's not attacking because he left the builder alone. He just moved over it.
Yeah,
so he's probably gonna... Yeah, so he's probably gonna go for India straight away.
Take so as well. And it could work. I mean, there's 3 Varos here, so if he backs up his Varos, it could be fine.
This is gonna be another interesting clash here.
Yeah.
But he's building Varus as well. I mean, he has a lot of swords, but 4 or 5 Varus can probably hold this.
And
with
Munch
some
did
archers. Ah, it's Stockholm. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Stockholm. I think it's one of the best city-states in the game. It gives you extra great people points for all for each district with a building in it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so. It gives
So
extra points, yeah.
Yep, so for every district that you build the first building in, it gives you an extra point.
And I'm going to point out that the use of those step wells is actually pretty good as well. So much food, so much fate from India here.
Yep.
You just need to transition into probably more settlers, and in the cities get more troops. So he doesn't need to produce any more builders or settlers, he just needs to buy them now. Korea finally going for another settler.
Ah yes,
So,
there he is, the third settler.
So how would you actually defend this if you're Munch here?
What you want with those Varus is you want to be able to surround them a little bit. So I think he has a very good defensible position actually, because that wonder blocks the tile. In the north there's a 1 tile choke. It's going to be very hard for Requiem, but he has a lot of swords. Yeah, I would just fortify my my Varus there, like between Uluru and the city.
Yeah, that's what I would do as well.
Yep. Oh, he has Defender of the Fate?
He has Defender, and he's also got extra culture from shrines and temples, so very strong religion.
With Defender it's going to be hard.
Well, we do have a general for Requiem here. So the general kind of counteracts the Defender, but...
Yep, true. Someone in the chat noticing that he's going for Stockholm, but that would be an interesting move.
I'm not sure. Maybe he's going for a surprise on Korea actually, because he knows Korea was at war with Korea.
Yeah, that's a long way for those elephants. They don't move very fast, and he doesn't have a general.
Imagine if it was Carthage, right? And in Civ 5, you could bring those elephants through those mountains. That's the special ability in Civilization 5.
Ah, yes. Yeah, that's true.
Well, Requiem is for sure investing a lot on that push. You can see he's got no other settlers, just 1 single builder behind us. He's getting his Government Plaza though in 1 campus, so that is good. But this push was a very, very hefty investment.
Well, if India keeps his Varus in the east, then it will definitely work.
Yeah. I think he's on purpose not revealing them, right? You can see the movement of the swords. Though Lisbon is actually blocking him from moving too many units too quickly. So that could also save Imperial, we'll see. Let's go check the science with you.
Yep.
14 for Munch. He's technically in the lead. Requiem is on 13, so pretty close. 11 for Arabia. 11 for Ryan. 16 for Brazil, actually. 10.
Yeah, that's probably mostly from population.
Well, he's got one campus. Plus 3, so it does help.
Yeah, once Requiem gets those 2 campuses up that he's building, then he's going to be in the lead very quickly.
Though look at that culture lead from Brazil here, because of his Pantheon, really. 24.5, which is pretty strong at this stage.
Oh yes, definitely.
We got Greece here, which is technically a very strong culture state, right? It's only on 16 at the moment. 16 for Gandhi as well.
Yeah, he's not building any Acropolis yet, right? But
No.
with that land, that's unnecessary. I mean, he's focusing on gold with his cocoa and the campuses.
Actually,
I rarely... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, actually no one even focused the early riders this game. Looks like it was a heavy religion focus and general so far.
Yeah, a lot of religion there. But yeah, with India and Arabia in the game, that's logically. But with Aztec, that seems like a mistake.
We will see. We'll see how the game turns out.
Hey, is he fighting Lisbon now? What do I see?
Looks like he actually declared on Lisbon, but I do agree with that move. He needs to move those units quicker if he wants to kill India. Because Lisbon was blocking all those tiles.
Ah, he was moving his swords to the other side, so once he declared, that he had a nice surround. Yes, that's a good play by Requiem there.
Oh, Lisbon might be the first city to fall for this game.
Yeah, at this rate.
Next turn.
Yeah, that's a much better move.
Ooh, look at
Nice one, Requiem.
Look at Newbie one on this side of the map. He's got the general, right? He's got a lot of warriors.
Yeah. And Arabia looks vulnerable there.
Arabia's focusing on religion, playing his safe game. Arabia is a newly registered player. That's his first game in the CPL, so we'll see how he does here. It looks like he knows how to sell cities and how to improve them. Now we'll see if he's able to defend, but I don't see any units here.
Nope. Those missionaries are not going to do a lot of fighting.
He's got a friendship sign with Brazil, though. So he's got his Western Front secured. But I think Gorgo here could make a lot of havoc for Arabian lands.
Yes.
You went Moksha as well for governor, which can be good depending on your beliefs, but here I don't think it's that great. He doesn't need to spread his religion with his religion right now. He's got no beliefs that gives any bonus.
Who is the player playing Gogo?
Newbie one.
Ah, yeah, yes. Well, this turn will be the last one for Lisbon.
So sad, huh?
Yes.
I like this little city-state. Do you use it sometime?
Oh yes, any commercial city-state I take.
Yeah.
I'm not picky.
Which one is your favorite, the commercial city-state?
I would have to say Zanzibar, I think, or the one that gives you an extra amenity for each commercial hub in your cities, Muscat.
Is it Bandar or Muscat?
I think it's Muscat. Bandar gives you something extra for trade routes.
Ah, yeah, that's it.
But I don't feel that's a very good one. Zanzibar is actually my favorite. I love those free amenities you get.
Yeah. Amenities actually can stack up a lot. You tend to ignore them in most games, but if you get like very happy cities, you get more production.
Yes, you get more production, more science, more everything. It's I always try to get my people to happy or even ecstatic.
By the way, if you're wondering, there's a one city-state rule voted for this game, so from now on, Requiem cannot take any more city-states. But there's not really any city-state he could take anyway around him. Looks like there might be a war declaration soon. I see Munch just saying war in chat, so... And he's actually backing off his Varus. Yeah, you realize now the threat.
Yeah, that Varu should not be backing off there. I think he should fortify it between the two mountain tiles.
Yeah, actually,
But
he should have kept it right there.
is he? I think he's moving back his Varus, right, from the east to the west.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Those
Yeah,
Varus
yeah.
that were far towards Stockholm are just backing off now, coming to
Yep.
defend Bombay.
But Requiem doesn't need to push here. I mean, if he realizes there's an opening now, he should, of course. But it's not yet necessary.
What's the win condition here for Requiem? Because Brazil's doing pretty good.
Well, I'm thinking, since he has a friendship with Kree, he has to push on India.
I do think eventually he has to take out India as well, but we'll
Yes,
see.
yeah.
We haven't checked on Kree too much actually, but he's still in 2 cities, so he's in trouble. He went for some
Yes.
archers.
It looks like he's starting to push now on Korea. Korea build a wall. I think that's a smart move without Iron, actually.
Yeah. He does also
Maybe
give
he should.
a boost towards.
I see Korea found Iron there. You see the tile?
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah, we didn't saw
Oh.
it before, but it's there. That's gonna help him a lot.
Saving grace for Korea here, really. And building the wall actually gives you a boost as well for engineering, right? Which brings you to crossbows quicker.
Which one? If you sorry.
There's a technology that gives you an aqueduct and catapults, right?
Ah yes, yeah.
And building a wall gives you a boost. But this technology also eventually unlocks crossbows for the next one.
Yep. I like to, if I'm in an early war and I'm losing, I love to go for crossbows. They take a bit long to get, they're not very fast.
Well, if you do rush them, you can get them in a pretty decent timing, but you do sacrifice horses and knights.
Yep, exactly. And if you do that, you definitely want to build a wall for that boost. And 3 arches, of course, but you're gonna have more than 3 arches because you want to upgrade them. Although at that stage, they're pretty expensive to upgrade to X-bows.
I see the swords pushing for Requiem here.
Ah, yes, he's going in.
Yeah, actually got a few hits on the Varu. I'm getting worried now. I think Munch made a few mistakes. He had one Varu, he should have kept it up north. First move might be important for this turn.
He should have let the swords come in a little bit more. He has Defender of the Faith, so he should fight in his own land, not outside of it.
Well, he lost the
saved
archer,
it.
but he saved the Varu.
Yeah, that is important, but
He needs
yeah,
a
those
wall, I think.
Ah, he's too late. Yeah, he's too late. He needed his units around the city.
Yeah.
Bombay is gonna fall for sure.
We'll see how it plays out, but I do think Bombay is also falling, unfortunately, for India. And Bombay is probably his best city, really, with that wonder in the fate. This is the city that carries him more settlers behind us, right?
Yeah, if he loses Bombay, it's yeah, he's not gonna recover from that.
So,
but yeah,
explain to
we
me,
will
like,
see.
how do you, like, for the people who are not aware, right? What do you mean by upgrading units and building a bunch of archers for crossbows? Like, how does that
Yeah,
work?
that is essential if you wanna. We call that pre-building. For example, chariots chariots are a very bad unit. Their only purpose is actually to be upgraded into knights.
Well, they have no upkeep, so it depends what you mean. But yeah, generally they're not that built that often.
I think they have 1 upkeep. The thing is with upgrading units, it saves you a lot of time and production costs, and you can use money to
So
buy
you need
production.
gold, basically.
Yes, exactly, and it's a much more efficient way. Of course, you can buy stuff, but if you pre-build units and then upgrade them, money-wise, it's much more efficiently. You get more production per gold, let's say.
Okay. So maybe that's what Ryan is planning here. And honestly, it's a very good strategy with Korea because their special Wacha is also upgraded from archers and it's pretty strong. So
Yeah,
you could be trying to do that.
I know in the base game it comes from it upgrades from a crossbow, right? I don't know how it's in the.
Yeah. You need the crossbow technology to upgrade them.
Yes. Yep.
So it needs to
Yep.
go. It needs to get them anyway. So I think actually Ryan is playing this pretty good right now, considering his position. Although, good moves here from Munch. I think suddenly he's in a much better position to defend the city.
Yeah, I did not expect that, but suddenly he looks a lot better there.
Well, Requiem tried to play safe and backed up his sword just to be sure not to lose it. But I think it wouldn't have died. I think he should have kept it in the Oasis.
Well, it is always good to try to keep your units alive for multiple reasons, of course. Simply because you don't want to lose the unit, but also every unit that you lose gives you more war awareness.
Oh.
And he's fighting Gandhi.
Wow, bad.
And
Yeah, the war in this has a lot of...
oh, there's another war going on over here.
Whoa! Too much action. Well, yeah, the thing is, I do think that if even if he kept the sword on the Oasis, he would have been able to save it. Because it was almost full health.
Yeah, then he should have definitely done that.
Although, Arabia's completely unprepared for this.
Yeah, this is this is gonna be savage.
Suddenly, I think Newbie 1 is a very good shot at winning this game. If he actually manages to take all those cities, look at his land.
Yeah, and if he's aggressive enough, he can also go for Swissy.
Yeah, but Swissy has some units. He's finally taking Levento, by the way, if you're wondering. I think he got some builders out of it.
Very good, very good.
I think he was just getting an envoy there to get the Pantheon. That's why he didn't take it straight away. Because having an envoy in Levento meant he could get 2 fate per turn.
Yep. But then you will have a Pantheon in 6 turns. You only need 12 fate to get your first Pantheon. The only Pantheon, of course.
Well, I think there was a delay. You needed to get an envoy there too, which he did not have. So that's why it took so long, but we'll see. And looks like I think Bombay will hold.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing.
Like with Defender and that many Varus, I don't think they push.
No, but Requiem has a very good position to level up his archers here. He's gonna put his archers in a row behind his swords, and they can just shoot for free. And then once they get level up, the first level up is +5 strength versus units. The second is +7, and that does a lot of damage.
It looks like actually he's going for crossbows as well. Look at 4 turns until he gets crossbows for Requiem. So it's a crossbow rush.
Yeah, Requiem knows what he's doing.
Brazil still on 5 cities.
And he has a lot of money, of course, because of all those cocos.
Yeah.
So he can afford the upgrades. Yep.
27 per turn and 374 gold. Yeah, I think Arabia's done. So quick, the surprise war here.
Yeah, he cannot save this.
Do you think Aztec should try to take a city from Arabia as well? Or is it too late?
He's not in a position to do so, but and he's definitely too late. I don't know if is he close to ironworking, or does he have it already, Aztec?
We can check.
Because he should. Otherwise, he will have to face the Gorgo army.
Actually, I think he does not.
Does he have iron in his land?
Yeah, he has an iron, but it was blocked by
Oh yeah, that one. Oh yeah, the one.
the campus spot.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, he has it. Okay, that's good.
And Gorgo takes the capital from Arabia.
There we
Arabia was going for the religion game, right? He actually spread to Brazil. He had the missionaries there too. But too much investment in the religion, not enough in the army. He's settling another city though. I mean, if he manages to get 2 or 3 units, he could try to save 1 or 2 cities, possibly. But it'd be pretty hard.
Yeah, but he will be irrelevant either way.
Where do you think he's going for that settler in UB1? He's got a settler right there. There's no fresh water around.
That is interesting indeed. But he settled another city without fresh water, so maybe
Maybe.
he will settle in. He will settle in place, maybe, or one to the west.
Maybe he
Because
wants
he
to
can
keep
build
the
an
banana
aqueduct.
tile. Not sure.
Yeah. I see people settling on bananas before, but I would always advise against that because you want to work those tiles. Yeah, Arabia left the game, I think.
So I hope he had a good time. It was his first game CPR, but obviously it's pretty hard. I can see Ryan swearing in my Kingi language.
Yeah, if I was in a position like Arabia, I would have not settled that city. I don't like when people. It's just good sportsmanship. When a city is about to be taken, you can destroy tiles by building, start building wonders and districts. But if I would have a settler there, I would have deleted it. I would not grant him that extra city.
Yeah. Well, I guess he didn't think about it, right? You're right. Most players in CPL delete their settler if they're dead anyway. Looks like actually Brazil's going to take a few seats from Arabia as well.
Yeah, that is actually a good move there. Brazil is doing. He's not new to this game, I think.
I don't think so either. I've seen him play a little bit. He plays very rarely, but he's really stepping up for a tournament. I'm pretty happy to see that.
Yeah.
Levante fell as well, so Aztecs got his 4th city secured. Let's go check on those Varus.
Yep, that's textbook stalemate right there.
Yeah. But
unless he gets
his crossbows soon, right?
Yeah, unless he gets his crossbows, of course, then it's gonna be hard. Yep. But he has to move the units back to upgrade them. They should be in his own land. I see he has one. He has 2 archers ready to upgrade straight away. One is in his land, and the other one can move into it.
Looks like Ryan Correa is asking gold from Brazil here to try to push on Eiffel.
Ah, yes. Yeah, but this is nice to see it from a spectator point of view.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see.
Yep.
Yeah, the diversify. You did pretty good for your first game, honestly. Good villages. You actually knew how to sim pretty well. But be aware, we do have a rule that just to try to, I guess, prevent players from getting too many free cities, you do have to stay until you lose 66% of your cities. So you probably need to wait another 2 turns before leaving.
Yeah,
But
officially he left a bit too early.
But for a first game, you did pretty well.
Yeah, he built some cities, huh? That's good.
Yeah.
A lot of new players forget to build cities. That sounds weird, but that's actually the case.
Mm.
I saw, by the way, that Bombay in 2 turns will have Victor and walls.
Oh,
So
that should
let's
help.
see what will happen there. Yeah.
I noticed many players use ancient walls, but very few use medieval walls. Is there a reason behind that, Defonse?
That is an interesting question. I do not know the exact answer to, but I do the same. I
Oh,
rarely
yeah.
build medieval walls. Yeah, I don't think it's worth the extra investment.
Okay.
Walls are a bit overrated as well. A lot of players go walls too early. Because the production you put into the wall is often better spent on a unit. In this case, that wall is necessary. This is a good wall for Bombay.
Well, I noticed as well, but I do think you're right. I think the production scaling on the walls also is a little too high. To get medieval
Yep.
walls, it's actually quite pricey. Although once they're built, it's actually pretty strong. It's almost double, if not, I think it's more than double the strength of a regular wall. So a city that could be 2 shot by knights is on only 4 or 5 shots with a ram.
The point with building medieval walls, I think, is you rather have 2 crossbows, for example, than 1 wall.
Unless you have like that one city with choke point or something with Victor.
Yep.
Generally,
Yep.
like you just do ancient walls and you should be fine. So everyone is still pretty low in technologies, right? We are barely in the classical era. I do,
Yeah. There's a lot of fighting going on, that's the reason.
We've got Arabia was on 17 science, so he was ahead in science because of all his religion. But he's dying, unfortunately. We've got wow, Requiem on 33 science. Suddenly, I think he just got the card for the campus, right? Campus
That
adjacency.
is very possible, yes. And that is a smart move here, because... And as Greece, he has an extra slot for a card. Yeah, he definitely has that card up.
But we've got 31 for Rodman Brazil, so just 2 science behind. And he doesn't have campuses up yet, so it's promising.
These are early crossbows. This is very nice.
Turn 40.
And crossbows benefit from an early general as well. They are medieval, so they can move, which makes them very good, because you can move on a hill and shoot in the same turn.
Yeah. Because the general gives an extra movement as well. It's not only combat
Yes.
strength.
Yes, actually the movement is much more important than the combat strength, I feel, in a lot of situations, especially for ranged units.
And also people use siege units with the generals, so catapults or bombards. And it does overcome the need to move and then wait 1 turn before shooting. Because if you do have 3 movement, you are able to move and shoot on the same turn.
Yes, that's correct, and that is a very nice way of playing it.
For the culture, Brazil is far ahead, 34, actually 35 culture per turn. But we got Requiem on 27, we got Munch on 25, and we've got the other players actually falling behind with around 10 or even 5 culture per turn.
Why do I have to play game on Friday? With those. No, I don't want it. And why you don't tell me? You should tell me like you're not gonna spend time with me, so just like you're gonna stay there. You say, oh, it's like weekend, so what? You're gonna be there anyway. I know like you have time all the time, so it doesn't matter. You don't work, you study a little bit half the week, and you play game in the week, and then of course you have to play that on Friday as well. You don't think I want to spend time with you? I don't want to anymore. It's same like last Friday as well. Like on the weekend, it's like this, and then like you just spend like night as well.
I should have done that. Sorry.
Oh. Because it's same. You do that, and you have to play it, and it's important. Like they're more important. Yeah, it's Friday for them as well, I guess. So they can like relax after work, or you can spend nice time with them. Not me. I guess Friday doesn't mean to you anyway, because you don't drink, you don't do anything. Like I shouldn't come back home. I should just stay out.
I'm so sorry. It wasn't planned that way. I promise.
It's just like it's always there. Like always there. Like you spend like recently you spend like most of the nights. Stay out. Like stay up so much.
I'll come in bed soon. Okay,
Oh,
so
it's
it's-
okay.
I promise.
No, I don't want to. Or you can just stay there all night. I don't care. I'll go tomorrow, so then you can focus on game. And on Sunday I study, so you can play game. Huh?
That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's like the same. Like it's just the way it is. The thing you think like, oh, you don't play games anymore. So just keep an eye on fun, so I don't like it. But it's normal. You can go easy now. So I just
You have the right to be here. Sorry about that, the phones. I'm back.
No worry, Yorgati. I tried my best. I had nice vision of the war of Greece versus India.
Yeah. Actually, I even made a mistake. I did cut off the entire sound of the stream, so I made you talk in the. You couldn't hear you, unfortunately. I'm so sorry.
I said such super smart things, and no one heard me.
Oh, it's gonna be a shame. We're gonna remember that day.
I was explaining that that a lot of players underestimate support bonus for units when you're attacking, because we had a nice situation here of the Indian units attacking the Greek swordsman, but the swordsman was surrounded by 4 other units, which gives us +8 defense bonus, which is really high.
Yeah. And that's why I like warrior monks as well, because they have a promotion that doubles that flanking bonus.
Ah, yes. The flanking or the support?
I think it's flanking.
Yeah. Yeah, same thing as horse units have them as well.
Actually, let's go quickly check on Arabia. Looks like Greece finally took over everything. And I mean, everything.
Yeah, I saw it on the minimap that Brazil didn't take the city. I'm surprised. Maybe they were in a friendship or something, or it was.
They still had a friendship, but it was expiring in a few turns. Maybe it was just too long before it expired. Let's go check out the score now. So Newbie 1 is first after conquering all those cities with 209, and Requiem is tied with Munch actually for second place. And Brazil is. It's a very tight game. Look at the score.
Yeah, that is interesting. Swissy went religion as well, right, with Aztec. I'm curious what
Let's go check.
What beliefs he has chosen, what his tactic is gonna be. Do I see a Temple of Artemis there? It has not been built yet. That is interesting as well.
It's actually not that usual. Many people do rush Temple of Artemis in multiplayer.
Yes, it's not uncommon to see a turn 14, 15 Temple of Artemis.
Yeah. And actually, like, I just noticed, Aztec took the belief, no, the Pantheon, that when you chop something, 50% of it is refunded in Fate as well.
Yep.
So, and he combined it with to spread the religion easier passively.
Yeah.
From sacred.
To be honest, he picked the Zen meditation, which gives an extra amenity in every city with a district, I believe.
Yeah. You need no district. No, you need to have a river as well, I believe.
No, you don't need to have a river. I know that quite for sure.
Oh no, you're right. Just a district. You're right.
But I don't like it with Aztec, because Aztec already has this nice ability that your amenities spread out over more cities, so you don't really need that.
Yeah, I'm not convinced this is good religion, but if he intends to go for religious victory, it's not too bad, because he's got the sacred text and he's got shopping for fate. But
yeah, definitely sacred text. I like that one, and everything with gold is good. The +2 for cities or the +1 for every 3 citizens that follow the religion. Those are really good. If I go religion, I always want one of those.
It looks like it's actually a good defensive setup for Brazil here as well.
Oh, definitely. He has a nice army.
And he's going for commercial hubs. I don't think it's a new player in the fans. Look at how he's
definitely.
It's
he's not new. He knows.
Very good placement. He gets the jungles at adjacency as well. So it should be very interesting to see.
The only strange thing I've seen him do is that early Pingala.
Well, I guess it did give him a slow boost for culture and science. He's still 5%, right? But,
I'm not sure. Yeah, something like that, or 10 maybe.
But it is a little unusual. You're right. And he did not have any districts, so he did not rush Oracle or anything like that.
And let's not forget, unusual is fun.
Yeah, and he actually did not take a promotion, like we can see from the points per turn, right? He doesn't have a promotion on Pingala to take triple points.
No, indeed.
Brazil though is killing everyone or beating everyone for scientists. 5 points per turn. We've got Gorgo also doing 4 rider points per turn. So finally grabbing those early riders here.
Gorgo is doing very nicely here. But once Requiem is done with India, and in the end he's gonna win there, he will have a very powerful army. Because the nice thing about these ranged units is that when they reach level 4, they have 2 shots per turn, which makes them incredibly strong.
Well, looks like he's having to back up Varus here, swapping them. The Varus are very low. He's still holding out, but I think you're right. I think slowly we'll start losing the city.
Yeah, but he's swapping them very nicely. He's saving a lot of Varus last minute.
But Munch is actually a decent player. I've seen him play. He plays a lot with those of I guess the best players on the server, so we don't see him win games very often because he chooses his opponents that are pretty tough to play with.
That is true.
But it makes it that he's getting some more, I guess, strategy. Getting more, I guess, exposure to those good plays as well. The Korean and Korea war is still going on.
There's so much war going on in this game. It's very cool.
Yeah. There's actually a lot of FFAs that sometimes go pretty silent, right? There's not much war because it can put you behind if you fail to take something quickly. Yep. Like we saw with Eiffel.
I definitely am more simming player. I try to avoid early war if I can.
Well, Eiffel's going for 2 more settlers here, so... And he has another settler producing in his capital. So he will transition out of this, but... Is it too little too late? We'll see.
Yeah, I think it's too little too late, but it's good that he's doing it now. He should have done it probably a little bit earlier. Does he have a government plaza with a building or not?
Yeah, he does have it. He does have the ancestral hall.
Okay, that is nice. That's probably allowed him to build that many settlers that quickly. If you only build 1 settler, then the settlers are still very cheap to build because they become a little bit more expensive every time you build a settler.
Yeah. But if you get the 50% production from the building and 50% production from the card and the Magnus, you can actually chop them. And if you also have a Magnus double promotion, you don't lose a population here.
Yep.
So
yeah, that can go really quickly. You will pump out a settler every turn that way.
Yeah. And you have to remember that this game is designed since Rise and Fall came out, because it wasn't the case in Vanilla, but since Rise and Fall came out, there's a mechanic we call overflow. So you actually never lose any production in your city. If you have too much production to build something, it's going to be saved up for the next thing you build in the city. And in the same rationale, if you don't do anything in your city, you still save up production to build something in the future if you want. If you combine this with those cards, like 50% for the building and 100% for Magnus, you can get a lot of overflow going as well.
Yep. Playing around with the overflow is essential if you wanna be competitive in this game. I did hear about the next expansion where they will change the overflow system.
Yeah, they
I don't know if you heard about that. Yep.
I don't remember. I think it's a half fix though. It's not a full fix.
Oh, look at the city walls. They're going down.
Yeah. I guess if you would want to defend, you need crossbows as well from India here.
Yeah. But I really like how Requiem played this. He really planned it out nicely. He had a backup plan. He knew that his swords might not be enough. He saved up his money.
And he's even chopping chariots right now. So, actually, I wouldn't be surprised if he went for Korea as well. He could chop a few chariots, upgrade them to knights as we were talking before, and hit the Jeonju if he wants to.
I think he's probably gonna kill off Gandhi first. I don't think it's wise for him to do a two-front war here.
You're probably right.
But I think he's simply preparing I think you're right as well. I think he's preparing. I mean, those chariots, he has the card on for every unit costs 1 less gold upkeep, so these chariots are free. I mean, in upkeep.
In upkeep.
So he's just gonna pre-build them. So once he kills Gandhi, he's ready for another war in the north.
Yeah.
And there are 2 people fighting each other into irrelevancy, so that's why I still like Requiem's odds on this game the best.
I guess you're right, because both Eiffel and Ryan will be pretty behind right now.
Yeah.
They won't be able to keep up in science. So eventually, Requiem might be able to clean up everyone on this side of the map.
I'm wondering what he's gonna do, because he is in a friendship with Eiffel, if he's gonna continue it or not.
He might kill Korea first, then finish with Eiffel.
Probably.
Although with this being said, if Greece wanted to, I think he could maybe push on Aztec. That, I'm not sure it's going to be that wise or that easy, but it's still an option, because Aztec hasn't done too well so far. He's got Artemis Temple done though.
Yeah, but he has to be careful of Brazil in the west.
Yeah, Brazil actually has a bigger military.
Are either of those friends? Gorgo and Aztec, or Brazil and Gorgo? I don't know.
So right now, Korea and Brazil are friends.
Ah.
Gorgo
has no friends?
Gorgo's friends with Aztec.
Ah, okay, so they're friends. Alright, so he can focus on the west.
Yeah. India has no friends, unfortunately. Nobody loves Gandhi. Pretty sad. And Kree is still friend with Pericles right now.
Yep.
Let's go check how much gold he's still doing Requiem. 37 per turn now.
That's still pretty much, since he has a huge upkeep. He has a big army.
If you compare to India, India's making 1 gold per turn. So it's pretty, but those Varus are pretty expensive as an upkeep to have.
Yep. And he doesn't have all the cocoa.
He doesn't even have commercial districts up. So that's probably why he sells Chennai actually in the tundra. Probably to work the 1-3 tile to keep the gold going.
What I find interesting to see, by the way, is that Requiem didn't improve a lot of those cocos. Did he improve 1 at all?
Yeah, he did. Improve 4 of them. 5 of them. 6.
Ah, okay, nice. Because I saw the tree there next to roads. But yeah, now I see. Yeah,
There's
nice.
2 unimproved.
Those are beautiful tiles with that extra food and that extra fate. Those are 11 yield tiles. 3 food.
It's insane.
Yeah, 5 gold, 2 production and a fate.
But at the same time, look at those Uluru tiles as well. Pretty good. I mean, every player on this game had very insane tiles to start with, to work with. Brazil had a pretty strong start too, with those banana tiles, this silk tile here.
Yeah, those Varus are dying.
So Gorgo, since he conquered Arabia, he conquered some holy sites, so he actually managed to get the religion now.
Yeah, that's true.
He chose food from temples, which does make sense actually. And he chose +2 fate for each holy site and +2 culture for each tier square.
That is nice as well, being Greece.
Oh, another Varu bites the dust here.
Have you ever heard Tomb Raider's impression of a Varu?
No, I never heard it actually.
Yeah, he's real good.
Yeah? And maybe he's going to show us that. He's streaming again tomorrow if you're curious, actually.
So, Praetor, if you can hear us, I want to hear you do the Varu again.
Yeah, he's going to do on a live stream probably. Okay, so I see a commercial like transition for Korea here. Commercial district.
Yep, my favorite district, the commercial one. It's just so good on so many levels.
I would have actually liked to see Brazil settle more cities, since he did so well early. Keep going for more cities.
Yeah, he's. It seems like he focused on his army, of course, but he could have. He's friends with Korea, but he could have taken some space there since he was in war.
2 more settlers for Korea as well. So Ryan trying to stay in this game. He's getting another settler's capital as well.
Tomb Raider says, "Okay, I will do my best on Erika Varu on stream tomorrow."
So stay tuned for that. He's casting time slot 6 if you're curious. So it's at 8 p.m. in American time, but it's also at wait, is it this one? No, I'm sorry, it's 12 American time. It's at 6 p.m. In Europe.
Ah, I haven't played a game yet in this championship. I might see if I can get a game in tomorrow.
Well, you'd be welcome to play in. I'm sure most people would like to see you play.
That's nice of you to say, Ogety.
Yeah. Well, you're one of those well-liked players in the community, right? You have the reputation of being a very good host. Pretty fun player to play with.
Thank you, thank you. I like to do my best being a good host for my players in game.
Mm-hmm. I think you might have played a game in this championship actually last weekend.
No, that was the premier game, Tordred.
That yeah, was, yeah.
Yes. Oh, I will not forget the American tanks. Tordred always gets the best of me. I never won versus Tordred.
So we actually see an interesting building from the Goran Plaza in India here. The war building. I can't remember the name.
I think I think he's maybe giving up, or maybe he's trying to get the oligarchy bonus. I don't know.
Well, he's lost his reign of Stockholm. So, assuming he would take Stockholm, he could get a production bonus. But that's a big if, because it doesn't have any units on that side, and still struggles keeping Bombay alive. Requiem is now the citizen of Stockholm. Geneva, Swissy has it, and UP1 has Babylon, so very strong. Ooh. Babylon with all those books for Gorgo.
Having Babylon as Greece is so nice.
And nobody can contest it. It's just so far for everyone. Well, you've got Munch trying to establish a money, but it should be pretty hard to steal it away.
Yeah, and Munch is probably the next player to die, I'm guessing. But he's still alive.
And he's still fighting. And
but I'm guessing those crossbows are almost at level 4, so that's gonna be tough.
Well, especially since you saw Requiem suzerain Kippur. And it does give extra experience, right?
Ah, I didn't see that.
So
yeah, that works very nicely.
By Requiem. Well, Defender really helped a lot India here in this game, so I'm pretty happy he took it. We thought Defender would have been much harder to defend this push. And I see some Knights now upgraded for Requiem as well, so he's going for the final blow.
I'm still impressed with his defending skills here. He's doing a lot better than I expected.
Well, I think since he's doing so well, Requiem is not the favorite to win at the moment, just because of that long war.
Yep. And there is a nice city spot east of Rhodes. So,
Yep.
and I think he will probably get that.
Okay, so let's bet here. Let's speculate. Assuming every player could still win, right? How would they win? How would you do it?
From each player's perspective, you mean?
Yeah. So let's say you're Requiem. How do you win this game?
Yeah, with Requiem, yeah, already. I think once he kills, he should kill India. He can profit from the irrelevancy war between Kree and Korea, and just get the whole western side of the map. That should be his plan.
So just domination victory.
Yes, yes. I don't think he's going culture.
What if you're India? What would you do?
India. That is tough. Honestly, I don't think he has a chance at this point in the game. Maybe diplomacy. Be nice to Requiem.
Maybe if you get some gold. I'm not sure.
No, that army is too big, and he has knights as well. This is not gonna end well for India. I don't think there is a scenario here where he can win.
There's enough fate though, but the fate won't do it much. There's too many religions to get the fate victory as well, so.
Exactly, the religious victory is also out of the question because a lot of players went religion.
Okay, what if you're Korea here? How will you win?
Korea is of course for a scientific victory because you can generate a lot of science. But he's occupied as well in an early war. But they're still fighting, and it looks a bit like stalemate.
Yeah.
I think both players should probably, the best thing for them to do was already, maybe like 10 turns ago, to make peace.
Yeah.
For both players' sake. But I have to say that Eiffel is getting the better of him now, because look at all the cities that he's building. He's doing it very fast.
Yeah, so as soon as he's got a governed plaza, you can see that's a perfect demonstration, right? So
yes.
So he's getting one free builder from each city he actually settled. And that's the pure strength of the Ancestral Home.
That helps you grow those cities much faster. What you want to do with those builders is get that city and have a good production as quickly as possible. Production is key for those cities to grow quickly.
Okay, so if you're Eiffel here, how would you win?
Yeah, same for Korea. I would try to get peace and just expand there. I haven't checked out the land very well there east of his. I think there's some nice city spots there around that lake.
Yeah, I'm checking right now.
And Korea is of course very good at. They have the special building, the Mekawap.
Yeah, improvement.
Sorry, yes, improvement. And it gives you extra housing, food production. If it's well placed, it's such a good building to make mediocre spots very good. And their trade routes, they're amazing. They give extra food, extra gold.
If you keep the alliance, you could keep the alliance with Greece here.
Yeah, that's a good point, by the way. If he can keep the alliance with Greece, and he's making himself more relevant with more cities, of course.
So I think that's a win condition here. Probably trying to sim his way up, and maybe use late game diplomacy with Gorgo to overcome, maybe backstab Greece if you really wanted to win.
Yes.
Okay, what if you're Brazil? What do you do to win this game?
Yeah, expand. Expand like hell. He has a nice spot there. He is central, but he has some room. I think he has room up north.
He does.
Yes. He does have some room south. Ah, he's going south. Nice. He's going south, and there's another spot there at that little river.
He's going south and north. He has a settler there too. And I would love to see him taking Namadol, actually. He hasn't taken his.
Yeah, he should take Namadol. Yes, definitely. He has no use for it. Is someone suzerain of Namadol?
I don't think so, actually. Actually, Swissy. So Aztec is suzerain.
Ah, okay. Does he have a lot of? Does he
Not
benefit
really,
from it
no.
a lot?
He's got. Is it 2 tiles away or 1 tile away from the coast? I think it's
Ah,
2
yeah.
tiles. I think the encampment counts.
No, no. As far as I know, it's only adjacent to water.
Okay, so then he has nothing. Well, he might
No.
have one city center with the Galapagos Islands. Oh, actually, pretty strong Galapagos Islands there. We hadn't been noticed.
Oh, that is nice. That is a beautiful wonder. Look at that 4 sign style there.
Yeah, it's beautiful. With the reefs as well. I do think Brazil could still hold Gorgo and could benefit from Korea and India not dying. So, if nobody dies, he could compete for the Science Victory still as well. He's got a good setup to keep it going. He's got commercial
Yep.
districts.
Yeah, and these cities are quite big already.
Next turn is the next era, so we'll see who goes for the free inquiry belief. Not belief, but
Yes.
dedication.
Yep. I see that Aztec is also expanding now.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, indeed, we were waiting for that.
Well, suddenly Aztec looks better, but I still think he's a little bit behind. Although his position is pretty safe because he's under no threat. His only neighbor is friendly, so it's not too bad.
Tomb Raider saw that Brazil is going Colosseum. Can you check that out?
Let's go check. I see, how do you call this? Entertainment district? I don't
Yeah,
see the
that looks-
Colosseum yet, but it might be a good play. Actually, it would probably be a very good strong play to have Colosseum.
Maybe he built it for the era points, huh? Because that's a special district for
Yeah.
Brazil, which will give him +4 points, which is a lot.
And also for Brazil, you have to remember, you can also do the carnival in those districts. So it's the only civ which can actually do projects in those entertainment districts.
I don't think that is true. Is it?
I
The entertainment? Can you a regular entertainment complex? I think you can do
can you?
a project there as well. I'm
Let
in
me
doubt
double
now.
check.
Maybe someone in the stream can help us out here. I think Doom will know. Ah, of course, you have the good old Civilopedia.
It doesn't say you can. And this one says you can.
Aha.
Although I found that it's often not really worth it. How the game is designed right now, the scaling is not strong enough to have it that effective.
Agatha, we desyncing.
Sorry, I didn't notice. So there's a desync. We're gonna wait for our players to plus back in, and we'll start the game again. So because like the amount of amenities you get is only temporary, so that means that once the project is done, you lose the amenity you get from doing the project.
Yep.
And the amount of great people point you get is actually relatively low as well. If you compare it to just doing a project in the district you need, like a project in the campus or in the commercial district.
Yep. I don't really like the special ability of that Brazil special district.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're missing 1 plus still.
Yep. I've been checking myself as well, and the entertainment complex, the regular one, can do a project, bread and circuses. Yep.
Ah, okay. So I was
Yep.
right.
Because I've talked about it with someone. I never tried it, but it increases the loyalty pressure that the city exerts on itself and cities nearby. So theoretically, I've never tried it, but I love to try it. If there's neighboring cities that have trouble with loyalty, you can help them convert to you.
Yeah.
by running those entertainment complex projects.
That's
But
interesting.
yeah, it's interesting. It's a bit of a funny tactic, of course.
Okay, let's check the demographics quickly. 56 science for Requiem, 34 for Munch, 74 for Brazil, so Brazil is ahead in science. 46 for Newbie 1, 31 for Aztec, 17 for Eiffel, and 15 for Ryan. For the culture, we got 37 for Requiem, 37 as well for Brazil, so Requiem's catching up now. And we've got 56 for Newbie 1, so Newbie 1 taking the lead. 28 for Munch on India, 16 for Aztec, 17 for Eiffel, and only 7 for Korea.
That is interesting. Well, what is Requiem science now?
Requiem science is 56.7.
I think he probably is he in a golden age?
Everyone
don't think
except Kree's in a golden age.
I think he went pen and brush because I don't think he has a lot of commercial hubs and he has these very nice campuses, so he doesn't necessarily need a free inquiry in this game.
Yeah, it looks like it actually, but at the same time, if he went pen and brush, he probably would have more culture. He's on 37 culture per turn right now. I'm not sure. Maybe he went pen and brush and just lacks monument and cities, which could be possible. Yeah, Requiem probably is running the campus card if you're wondering, because he has all those juicy campuses you can see Gabriel.
Yeah, you need that card there. That card is amazing.
I'm going back to Brazil here because I made some tests, right? Brazil has an ability to, when they recruit a great person, they get refunded 20% of it as well for the next great person.
Yep.
And if you combine it with the Carnival District, which does give some points, it might stack up. But often you need to get Oracle to get cheaper great people.
Yep.
And it does not have Oracle, so I'm not sure it's actually worth the investment right here to do some projects. Okay, let's go double check the war, then we'll go through again with the victory conditions for Aztec and Gorgo pretty soon. Looks like India is still holding up, but barely.
Yeah, but he's still holding. Yeah, it's amazing.
He needs more. There's some more in production, but I think they'll be too slow. I think that's going to be the end now. 3 or 4 turns and Bombay might fall. We're gonna check also how much gold makes, how much gold Brazil makes, because I think Brazil actually went for free inquiry here. He's had the lead in science now. He's on 78, almost 80. So
yeah, he was the player with the most commercial hubs as well.
Yeah. Although I do think it's possible Gorgo went for pen and brush as well, because he took a very, very heavy lead on culture.
And he has a lot of cities already, so that would make sense.
So 45 gold per turn for Brazil. I had a question from chat, I went to check. It looks like he's running actually a general project, the Canberra project, and a gold project in the city. Oh, Bombay falls as well this turn.
Yeah, and I see that Gorgo is building a wall in his western city, so he's a little bit afraid of Brazil there, but there,
Wow.
Bombay, yeah.
Actually, you're mentioning it, but there might be a musket timing pretty soon. I mean, with that much science, it should not be too far from muskets.
That would be very interesting to see Brazil do that.
So right now we have 3 players on that reach the night technology. It doesn't say. It could be. It could mean they actually closed the muskets as well because it's only one technology further.
We can see what Rosetta's researching, right?
Yeah, we can. At the moment, he's researching. Oh, he's researching muskets. 4 turns. Wow, perfect prediction.
Oh, that is gonna be interesting. How many gold does he have?
Yeah, he has 45 gold per turn.
Okay, it's not that much, but if he has mercenaries, he can do some nice. He can still make some muskets.
Well, he is running a project for gold. Let's go check the merchant. The next merchant is plus 100 gold as well.
Ah, that can be nice. Huh?
So maybe he's going to try to grab this. And running a project for gold gives you gold per turn as well.
Yep.
Okay, so same question here, Defense. What's the win condition for Gorgo now? How does he win the game?
He has the most cities, I think, right?
At the moment.
But the cities he captured are not very well developed, so he should definitely focus on that first, developing cities. But yeah, he has a friend in the east, of course, but he has an enemy in the west. He has a good position. It's gonna be domination if he has to do something.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna be culture, which is of course something you can do well with Greece. But there's another Greece, and that makes it a lot harder. And I don't see any typical culture win builds like Oracle and Apadana, those kind of wonders which really help with a cultural win.
Oh, that is so cool. Tom is showing me some new stuff about the mod. You can actually go check each player's tech tree and civic tree.
Ah, nice.
So here, this is Korea, for example. He's taking up crossbows here. Here we've got Requiem Pericles. Looks like he's taking up printing. This is Munch. So Munch is having a lot of trouble here.
Oh. Who was going for printing?
Requiem right now.
Ah, yeah. That will give him, when you research printing, you will give an extra level of diplomatic visibility on all players.
Yeah.
And that will give you a little bit of extra oomph on all your units versus that player.
It gives you +3 combat strength, right?
Yes, yeah. Ah, and I see that Korea is taking that spot there east of Rhodes. I did not expect that. I thought that would have been Requiem's.
Well, if Korea wants to try to win, he needs to try to have it, but...
Yeah, definitely.
It's not going to be easy. I'm actually curious also to see what government the players will choose, because at this stage, they're starting to get more options now.
If I was in Eiffel's position right now, I would also go for crossbows, by the way.
Let's go check what he's doing. He's going for mathematics and going for apprenticeship, actually. Crossbows are ready for 1 turn. Maybe he's just pre-building more archers.
Ah, yeah, interesting. Yeah, and with Kree you can generate a lot of money.
Yeah.
Are they still at war? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, they're still at war. So you have to remember that if you finish up a technology, for example crossbows, you cannot build archers anymore. You have to build crossbows. So the reason he doesn't finish the technology is because he still wants to build archers and then upgrade them to crossbows once he feels he has enough. And I'm very curious which governments they will go. Like, I know the monarchy government is soon if they want it. I'm just not sure if they're going to go for it.
Personally, I go, what's the government called from exploration?
Ah, yeah. Maritime exploration?
Yeah, that's the one I go for almost always. The perks you get from monarchy are just not that good. you get extra housing from every level of wall you have, but as we talked about before, the only wall you're ever going to build is an ancient one, and preferably only in 1 or 2 cities, or none, preferably. And
well, you do get 3 military cards, though. It's quicker to get as a government, but
it is quicker. That is true.
So if you're in a lot of trouble, let's say you're dying like Munch here, you can use the extra military cards.
That is a good point.
It's very specific scenarios.
Yeah, but that's a good point, because in his position right now, that might actually be a good idea, because monarchy is also in the tech tree or in the civic tree. Yeah, it aligns with religion, and he went religion, so it's easier for him to get.
Yeah, Tom is a good point too, right? If you go for walls in monarchy, for example, it's a good combination to use the limes card, which allows you to build walls 100% quicker.
Yep.
So if you do use some chops, you can actually have a lot of overflow, which is a good way to get overflow in the medieval era. It does require a little bit of setup, but it can be done.
It is a good point too. Question for Tomb Raider: do you go monarchy and then Merchant Republic? Is that something you do, or is it like it might be interesting?
Well, I see many players do that, but often you take up monarchy, and you don't use it. You just keep your ancient era government, and then take the next government on the list, which would be the Reformed Church.
Yeah. He says that Jack does it. He raids the extra envoys as well, which is interesting. I rarely do it. I always go straight exploration, or if I go religion, then I go monarchy, and as quickly as possible theocracy, because theocracy gives you extra fate, of course. Another that is a scenario I sometimes have when I want to go monarchy, when I want that second government building real quick. And the only one that I want real quick is the one that enables me to buy units with fate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can have that one earlier. That's what I use it for as well.
Yeah. And then if you go theocracy, you get 15% off when you buy units with fate.
Exactly.
So you go monarchy, get the building, and by the time the building is done, you can reach the next government and buy a lot of units.
Yep. But then there's another little trick I like to do is I hold off finishing the building until I have theocracy, because when you have selected theocracy, then finish the building, you get the extra perk from theocracy instead of monarchy.
Yeah, that's a good point. What's the card for theocracy?
I think it's even more fate per citizen or something.
I think so as well. And I don't remember the card for monarchy actually.
Yeah, that's something with discount on walls or extra. Yeah, it's in line with its abilities. I forgot what it actually is, but I just remembered that I didn't like it.
So Guangzhou settle here, and Greece keeps pushing. Yeah, I think there's some players in the chat that said that there could be watches soon, but to be fair...
oh, desyncing again. Sorry, desyncing.
Yeah, so to be fair, the science from Korea was actually pretty low, so I'm not sure it's going to get watches that quickly.
No, it's only 24, or what do we see? Yeah. Brazil making more than 100.
100 science for newbie one now, so 100 culture. I mean, that's a lot. 76 from Requiem.
Can we have a quick look at the scores? I'm curious now.
Yeah, newbie one is first. I'm just checking if everyone's in.
He's taking quite a lead, huh? Yeah.
We're still missing 1+. Well, even with that lead, you have to remember that he did recruit a lot of riders, and the riders are actually worth a lot of points. So he does have a lead in points, but it's not over yet. He is ahead, but he has competitors. He has other players that could catch up to him.
Yeah, and if those Brazilian muskets will come his way, then
yeah,
it's gonna be a tough one.
Let's go check who didn't plus in yet.
Tomb Raider says, look at the push from Stockholm.
Stockholm attacking India, yeah.
That is always funny when that happens.
I think it'll be
I
fun, though.
almost lost the city to
Really?
to City State in a game a few days ago.
Did you?
I did, but I managed to save it, and I had like 5 hit points left.
Well, there's a little bit of RNG sometimes because the AI doesn't always prioritize properly. So sometimes you can save the city because the AI just like walks around it. I think he'll be fine, but he needs probably a 1 unit to defend it there too.
Yeah,
Straight one.
just move that warrior in the city, make it a swordsman, and it will probably be fine. And he's building a walls, I see.
Yeah. Although his capital is now exposed and his expand as well, he's only at 3 units. And as pointed out, the field cannons for Greece will hit very hard, so he doesn't have field cannons yet, but he's going towards this path at the moment.
Yep. This is a very exciting game because a lot can happen.
Yeah,
And it's really nice to see how Brazil is doing because we don't know him, and it's nice to see a new player doing well.
And we've got exploration coming up pretty soon for Gorgo. So he's using
yes.
this culture lead to get an early government, second tier government, which is pretty cool. And we see India next turn hitting monarchy, so he might try to utilize monarchy's bonus. It's still a stalemate between Korea and Cree here. Although Korea is getting a little bit overextended. He's got
Yeah, I think in the long run, Kree will win this.
Yeah, I think so as well, but I'm not sure. I think Eiffel took too much time, invested too much on that war.
Yes, he did. Yes. Eiffel is a real good simming player. And if he's forced into an early war, he has some trouble. I have that same problem, I think. Sorry?
He wasn't forced here. He's the one who provoked it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But I think he felt forced because I was still listening in on the game.
Yeah.
Before I joined this cast, which is really nice.
Yeah.
But he was saying that he felt like he needed to. I think he had the idea that he was that he was cornered.
Well, his starting position is not as good as some of the other players. I'll admit, like he lacks a bit of production.
What I love with Kree, by the way, it's an ideal civ for a well-timed knight push, because they make so much gold. If you just rush towards knight technology, then you can just upgrade your chariots without the mercenaries card. And it is expensive, but you can afford it with Kree.
Yeah.
And then you just take a little bit more time to sim, and then you push hard with knights instead of that early Kree scout rush, which can be real good, but if you play against experienced players, in my experience, it's not gonna work very often.
It's also often not as effective in free-for-all. I know in team games they do a lot of Kree scouts push, because even if you URL yourself, as long as you URL another player, you're helping the team. But in free-for-all, like, there is not only 2 teams, there's 8 teams, so it doesn't matter if you URL the player next to you. you might still lose the game.
Yep. Yep.
It's true, but and simming with Kree is actually really relatively easy with the Mecha Wap. It gives housing, can give gold, can give production as well.
Exactly. You can turn, as I said, mediocre land into great land.
Yeah. And even the trader early on, you don't need to buy the tile suddenly. You can get a few extra tiles.
Yeah.
And if you settle the second
Yeah,
city
you're right.
properly, you can gain up to 6 of extra tile in this new city.
Yep. What I do with Kree is I start researching pottery, because pottery gives you the free trader.
Yeah.
And if I find an early city state to which to send the trade route to, I finish pottery. And if I don't find it, I leave it on one turn and I switch to mining.
Okay. That sounds like a good strategy. I did it often as well. But you have to remember in the early game though, your traders are pretty vulnerable. A few barbs.
That happens a lot, yes.
Yeah.
When I play Kree, it's quite common that my trade routes get plundered by barbs.
So sometimes it's worth waiting and delaying the trader if you can be sure it actually is safe. But
yes, yeah. But if you know it's gonna move on to a really nice tile you want, then I would always sacrifice that trader. Since it's free and it will give me a few coins and whatever and food in a few turns and give me that, hey, there's the musket push.
Yeah. They look good actually.
That's gonna be tough for Gogo.
Those Brazil muskets. And I'm looking, see, they have a mask actually, those swordsmen from Brazil. Like some sort of tiger mask.
Oh wow. I always play on the lowest resolution so I don't see these things.
It looks like Brazil decided not to kill Nanmadol, so it's still alive up there. And I think Stockholm is defeated. It failed the push.
Yes.
Looks like Requiem though will finally get India here. The capital is getting low.
I will still remain with my first prediction that Requiem will win, but it's gonna be much tougher than I expected.
Yeah, it's everybody's game right now. I think Brazil has a shot. I think Gorgo has a shot.
Yeah.
And since all of those players have a shot, technically Aztec and Kree would still have a shot as well, depending on how the diplomacy plays out.
Yep. Yep. I know Swissy is a very passive player, but he has a lot of room. So that is, of course, an advantage for if you're passive, because you're not going to take cities, you're just going to settle them.
Well, he's got a good Kilimanjaro city, he's got an aqueduct, so he's going to grow pretty quickly.
He should have settled that southern river there already with 3 cities. He has all the room, and Gorgo is his friend. He should focus completely on simming, just pumping out settlers.
Well, he did get the Artemis Temple, he did get a few things, right? And it looks like he's heavily focusing on religion. I see him building a shrine, he's got missionaries. I'm not sure what's his goal here, really. What was his religion again? Let's go double check.
He had the amenities and the +2 gold for...
+2 gold, yeah.
Yeah.
So Islam, which was Arabia's religion, is still alive, but barely. Only in 2 cities in Brazil. Let's go check the religious lands. Looks like the new religion from Gorgo is now dominating everything. Although the religion from India, Munch, is also doing pretty well.
Ah yeah, that had a lot of time to expand.
Yeah, I highly doubt it's going to be any type of religious victory. It'd be pretty hard. Culture as well is getting hard now. No player really focused too much on gathering tourism early. We've got 20 tourism per turn as the highest, so I don't think we're going to see any culture victory this game. It's going to be a science game, or a domination game.
Are there any special rules like nukes? They are allowed. That kind of stuff.
Well, they did vote on it, and the nukes are allowed. The Aztec continent split is not the ideal. It's only got a single continent, so.
Yep.
Although, Brazil actually utilized a little while his double continent. He's getting tobacco now and spices, and he's getting a lot of amenities from the thing. So all his cities are actually very happy.
Yeah, Korea's place should be Hawachas here probably, with a general if possible. But he's also getting very close to Greece now. Yeah, I think Korea will after India will be the next one to die probably, depending on how Spartak and Gorgo can resist those muskets.
Do you think Brazil will go for Korea?
Sorry?
Do you think Brazil will betray his ally and go for Korea as well?
No, I don't think so. Looking at his troop placement, his intentions are clear. They are eastbound.
He's got Abu as well with the muskets, so that's interesting. The scientist gives healing, right? +5 per turn.
Yeah, I think if you activate it, it's +5, and when you have it on a field, it's +20 for units adjacent to it, or something like that.
Oh, okay. He's getting another merchant as well, so he's probably getting some more gold, yeah. You see he has a lot of warriors pre-built. He's gonna upgrade all of them for more muskets. Looks like Aztec is still trying to farm up builders up Nalmedon now. He's got a few equal warriors around there.
I do have to say that I would like to see Brazil improve his lands a bit more.
He's going for a holy site actually. I'm quite surprised by this play here in Brasilia.
That is interesting. Maybe he has a few city-states that want them to build a holy site, I don't know.
Possibly.
I agree with Tomb Raider. Everybody always needs Colosseum. It's my favorite wonder in the game, I think.
Well, he's got a good setup for it, really. It wouldn't be that hard to build it. Although it's not heavily contested, no other player is going for Colosseum right now. Gorgo could probably get a good Colosseum city if he wanted to. Looks like the science game's also catching up for Gorgo here. Let's check demographics again. 62 for Requiem on science. 82 for Brazil. 68 for... Oh, Aztec is catching up. 68 science here.
Ah.
He's actually even ahead of Gorgo, which is only on 60 science.
That's interesting. I did not expect that.
Although Gorgo is ahead in culture by far. 111.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And Requiem's on 85, so you can see the power of Greece here in their Acropolis. You have to remember that those Acropolis actually give an extra envoy as well for city-states, so it's good for culture and good for city-state control.
What do you think that Aztec is doing with those units up in the north there? Is he maybe attacking Namedol?
I think he's trying to farm workers from Namedol. Maybe
it's gonna be hard with an Eagle Warrior versus a Knight.
Well, there's warriors as well in the Namedol, if you can see. I see 4 of them.
Well, if he positions them well.
Maybe we don't hear them talking, but maybe he's coming to help Gorgo here, because Gorgo is his ally as well.
Yeah. But his plan might be to upgrade his units in Gorgo land, because if you're allies, that's of course possible.
Yeah, but you need to actually sign in lines. A friendship is not enough.
Yes.
Although at this stage, most players actually reach that civic. You need this civic here, he's on screen. I don't remember the name in English though.
Civil service.
Civil service, yeah.
Fonction publique.
Fonction publique, ouais. And there's actually a siege for this previously Arab city now, Hattin. Also, we do have a rule in the CPL that you may not use rams with Renaissance units or higher. So that's the reason he did not bring a ram here for Hattin. Otherwise, it would have been a much easier grab. But it is forbidden in all the games we play in multiplayer, and it is forbidden for the tournament as well.
Yep. That is simply too OP, as they say.
Mm-hmm. So the capital fell for India. He's in a lot of trouble. He's going to lose another city probably in 2 turns. I'll be right back. I'll grab some water.
I see that India is building some cities in the tundra. Pericles has a nice army of X-bows there. Still no level 4s, I think. A lot of level 3s. But with Kabul they will be level 4 very quickly.
I'm back. There's actually an encampment project finishing this turn as well for Brazil. I should check the great people over here.
Yeah, he's probably wanna want that Renaissance general.
Tamerlan is a Renaissance general, so it looks like Requiem and Cree will get the first one if they do a project. It's actually a medieval general, but it does affect Renaissance units.
Yes. This is very nice for the X-bow musketman push. Because they both affect X-bow, they are medieval, and musketmen, which are Renaissance.
And I looked also the points per turn for scientists. Requiem is ahead with 9, but Brazil is at 8 points per turn, so it's very close.
Yeah, did you just see that musketman heal with that scientist next to it? That's nice.
Yeah. So you can see the strength of Abu here. And really, it doesn't need a ram with that many muskets.
Nope.
Although, I'm not sure how many cities they'll be able to take. They'll be able to take probably 3 cities, I would say. Probably Hattin, Homs, and Mecca. But by then, I do think Gorgo will manage to reach some muskets himself.
Yep. What he should do now is just save his swords. Do not sacrifice your swords there. You want to upgrade them to muskets.
So even if you lose cities, just back off, wait for the technology, and you'll be fine.
When I attack a player and I know he's close to upgrading to either X-bows or cannons, then I try to attack those units first, because I don't want them to upgrade those.
Very good strategy. Oh, there's loyalty issues for Korea here. This city Gwangju. 11 turns until it flips.
I think once Requiem is done with India, Korea is gonna get it. Yeah.
Well, he's already preparing units there. It might be actually musket push as well. because there's some swords.
Look at that army of Eiffel, of Kree. He's pushing. Is he pushing? I don't know. No, they're all fully fortified.
Well, yes and no. He's moving them a little bit, but
it's a lot of archers, huh?
Yeah, I would have loved if we actually already improved them in crossbows. I think now Eiffel has enough of an upper hand to start pushing properly with crossbows. Although I'll admit the terrain is pretty good to defend for Ryan here on Korea.
Yep. But Eiffel has a general. I think it's a medieval one, right?
No, it was the classical one.
Yeah, but it affects crossbows, that's what I mean.
It does affect crossbows, yeah.
Yep. Can we see how many gold Eiffel is making or has? Because...
Yep. We'll check that after we look at Hatton. See if anything happens there.
Yeah, that's priority.
Obviously. Also, if you're wondering, you're not allowed to liberate the city here because you would bring back an AI in the game. So you cannot revive Arabia. So this Abu has actually been very successful here. A very good, smart choice of getting Abu here and not using it.
What I would do here as Gorgo as well is quickly with Mecca grab all the tiles from Hatton before it gets taken.
Ah, because when you go in the city, you can swap the tiles around.
Yes.
Okay, let's go check the gold from Eiffel.
Yeah, Hatton is gonna fall this turn.
17 goals per turn. 226
How much?
gold. 17.
Ah, nice. Okay. Oh, 17. Oh, that's a bit disappointing.
Yeah.
As Kree, you should make more money here.
And there you go, Hatton falls.
Yeah.
To be
see
fair,
if
I'm gonna root for Brazil to win this game. I know you think Requiem got it, but my favorite pick will be Brazil.
Yeah, I understand. You see here, if those 3 tiles southwest of Mecca, you could have kept those.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, they're not that great tiles, so it doesn't matter much for this war, but I guess...
I always love to do that.
Yeah.
It just feels efficient, you know?
Yeah. And you could place a governor like Victor, for example, and have 3 more tiles to defend.
Yes.
So it's very effective in that sense.
And also, if your own units are fortified there, they will heal quicker, of course.
Yeah, but it doesn't have units.
Nope.
Do you think he'll be able to hold Mecca? He's got 3 knights there, getting ancient walls now. Do you think there's any way he can hold this?
It depends how, because he has a very nice line of swords there, it depends how quickly he reaches muskets, because those knights are not gonna hold those muskets for long. They can hold them longer, but...
If you were Brazil here, what would be the best move? Do you go all in on Mecca? Do you split your army, try to take Homs as well?
I would first go to Mecca.
Okay.
Because loyalty-wise, because then you can move down, you know. The Homs I would ignore, probably.
Okay.
Because if I take Mecca first, then that city will not have loyalty problems because it's adjacent to my own empire. And then I would go for the cap, the former cap of what was the civic again? Arabia.
Arabia, yeah.
And then you can just circle. Then you have Homs circled. That would be the order. That would be the order I think I would play it.
While the walls are up, we'll see how much it does. Let's go check a little bit on India as well. He lost his Jabalpur city. So he's lost basically his 3 main cities. The rest is just the extra expanse he had. Looks like Requiem's also going for the pyramids as well in Bombay.
Ah, nice. Yep. Still
Wow.
takes.
he is making 77 gold per turn, and he already has a lot saved up. Requiem. Those Cocoa tiles really proving to be effective.
Yes.
He's going to have all the gold he needs to upgrade those muskets. I mean, with that amount of gold, he doesn't even need to run the card, but he will probably run the card anyway to save. For 50%.
Yeah, of course. Yep. Always try to use the Mercenaries card to upgrade your units. It saves so much money.
So Mercenaries Civic. Right now, most players got it. Only Korea only Korea does not have the card right now, but it allows you to upgrade units for 50% of the gold it would normally cost. So, for example, for crossbow, it goes from 90 to 45 gold, I think, something like that.
Yep. Yep. Same for chariots into knights.
Oh, I actually like this play from Brazil. He's going there for Oracle and Pingal in his capital. So he's probably going to try to keep up with the scientist. And we should keep an eye out as well, because there could be Newton at one point.
Newton is always a key moment in these games. That's such a strong scientist.
It hasn't come up so far. So there has been no Newton this game yet. Nope. But the player who gets Newton suddenly improves his chances of winning by like 50%. The extra science you get from all those universities in the mid to late game can really make the difference between you having Newton and another player having it.
And it's a free library and university as well.
Yeah, that's true.
People forget that, but that's amazing. It's not just the extra science from universities, it's just instant library and university in a city. I love to use it on like a small city that doesn't have a big production. Make sure I have a empty campus there if I'm going for Newton and activate it there.
Yeah, it's a low production.
Well, Munch fought really well.
Yeah, he did. But
he
now
died
his
honorably.
time is gone.
Yes.
He's losing Missouri, so from now on he can leave when he wants, I think. He's even lost Chennai as well.
These X-bows deal so much damage.
Yeah. Wow.
There you go. Wow, took cities. I wonder what he's gonna do with that city. Yeah, he's probably gonna keep it. Yeah, of course.
Well, there's not really a reason not to keep it.
Yeah, exactly.
So, second player is out. It was an 8-player game. At the very beginning, we saw Arabia got caught off guard, right? He got a surprise war against Gorgo. So, Gorgo managed to actually conquer 5 cities in a very little short time. And second player out is now India, which just lost the war against Greece. Although the Arabian cities are under threat from Brazil now, look at those muskets.
Yeah. But he's splitting up his forces now, which can be dangerous. He has a lot of forces, so...
Well, I'm not sure. I think he needs to set up a good defensive... a good line of himself as well, to not lose the cities he took. Like we can see there's a line of swords set up for Gorgo. I think Brazil needs to do the same around the Mecca line here.
Yep. I'm curious what that Aztec army is doing there in the north.
And you know what I would like? I would also like Brazil to get a few muskets and get rid of Babylon, because Babylon is the main source of science for Gorgo at this point.
That is a good idea, Ogati. Yes, I think that would be very smart to do.
You have to remember Babylon's bonus is for you get 2 science for each book you have. And Gorgo is the player who went for all those early writers and even medieval writers now.
Babylon is actually a nice city. You can keep it.
Well, Oh yeah, he didn't capture any city-state so far.
No,
so
he didn't. He didn't take them at all. Yeah, which gives him better access to Gorgo's land as well.
Well, he doesn't have many units there yet, but that's what I would like to see. Oh, and I actually see an arena being built in Fortaleza, so we might see the Colosseum soon. A few more cities here for Korea as well. Korea's backed off his push though. Looks like he's been pushed away by Korea. You went for a lot of spearmen here. Do you like the spearmen unit of defense?
It's circumstantial. It can be very good. Of course, spearmen in itself works very well versus horsemen and even knights sometimes. But yeah, it's a defensive unit, which is its biggest disadvantage. It's not very good to attack with. It's very good to defend in the end game versus tanks if you eventually can upgrade it to first to pikemen, then to pike and shot,
Yep.
then to what's it called again? The anti-tank.
80 crew.
Yep.
I think. Yeah, you rarely get there, but it gets pretty strong against tank actually.
Sometimes you need it, and then it's good. But the big disadvantage is that it's a defensive unit, so you cannot be proactive with it.
Well, he's got a lot of them, so he should feel pretty safe. Those knights from Korea won't be able to do much.
No. It's weird that he built that many. He didn't need those spearmen, I think. He had enough swords and archers to deal with those horsemen. Maybe he's afraid of cavalry.
Maybe, but Korea's stance hasn't been that strong. Or maybe he's actually afraid of Greece. Requiem could have decided to do something against him.
Yeah.
Well, they have an alliance though, so I really doubt they're gonna do anything.
Oh, they have an alliance. No, then I don't think that will happen.
Actually, Requiem's at war with everyone except Cree and Aztec. Brazil's at war with everyone except Korea, and oh, actually, that's a break of the rule here. He has an alliance with Gandhi and a friendship with Korea.
Ah. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe you should point that out.
Wait, let's double check. Gandhi's an AI though.
Yeah, and he's almost dead, so it wouldn't matter that much for the game, but
I'll talk to him after the game.
That's fine.
I think it didn't impact too much. I could go back to see how long he had the alliance for. Well, let's go check. It has to be noted that we use different rules for this tournament, so that's why it's confusing players. Generally we're allowed 2 alliance in this game mode, but for a tournament we're only allowed 1. Yeah, we can't check for how long they've been alive.
I think it's in the most right, the little flag symbol.
Yeah, but it doesn't say the duration. It says us with other players, but not players between themselves.
If you click on the 3 circles in the top, the most right one.
Oh, right, does it?
I'm not sure, but let's see.
They have level 1 alliance. Oh, we can see the alliance points. The alliance points could tell us how long they've been allied. Because you have to remember, this is a new mechanic in Rise and Fall, right? You gain some alliance points if you get allied for a longer time. And this allows you to improve your alliance in the later stage of the game.
Yeah, it only increases actually if you have trade routes to each other.
Ah.
Yeah. So if I do a trade route to you, it will gain 0.25, I think.
I'm not sure how much.
Oh wait, you're right. There is a base. It will increase automatically as well, but it will increase faster if you have trade routes to each other. That's what it is. Yeah.
I just saw a merchant being recruited by Korea for extra governor points, and a Marco Polo being recruited by Brazil. Actually, pretty strong merchant there. We still have no Newton, but the two Greases are ahead for points, so they might be the civilization to get Newton. For science, we got 100 science on Pericles, so Requiem. 100 as well for Aztec, so Aztec really coming back. 95 for Brazil, so Brazil slowly, he's not growing, so I guess because he's not growing, he doesn't gain that much science. 69 for Newbie 1. Newbie 1 is actually falling behind in science. I'm surprised.
He might be suffering from some war weariness.
That is possible. And Brazil has a lot of amenities, so it doesn't suffer yet. But the muskets are improved now for Newbie 1.
Ah, yes. Yep, now we should be able to hold this.
So this whole war, only one city now is in Brazil's side.
And I see Aztec in the north upgrading to X-bows, so he might be coming out to help.
And muskets.
Ah, and musket, yeah.
So he might be taking out Namidal. He cannot keep it because he already took Levanta, but it will allow him to attack Salvador and Recife easier.
Yeah, loyalty-wise, it would also be almost impossible to keep it, I think.
Yeah.
Okati, I'm having fun, man, but it's so late for me.
Yeah, maybe you should go to sleep.
I'm getting excited watching this. I want to play a tournament myself tomorrow.
Well, you should. You should get some sleep and play tomorrow. Well, thank you for being around. It was fun chatting. Always more fun with a new player.
Yeah, definitely. I like this. I've never done it, and I like how you do it. And it was nice being your sidekick.
Yeah. Well, if you do want to try again, I know Kinak likes to chat as well. He has different style. I would just hit us up. We have a few streamers this week, so you can play, you can cast. If you want to cast again, there's other players streaming, so you can join up in their channel and chat with them if you want.
Ah, yeah. Oh, definitely. I want to check that out more.
Yeah. Or otherwise, you can play. There's still 4 time slots for the weekend. Next one is actually in 6 hours from now, so.
Ah, that's not enough sleep for me.
But the one afterwards is in about 12 hours, so maybe this one's better.
Yeah, that one is perfect. Well, I'm gonna check it out if I can get in tomorrow.
Okay.
Have fun.
Yeah, see you. Thank you for being around.
It was my pleasure, and see you later.
See you. So I'll thank the Fonz again for joining me. It was pretty fun to have another co-caster for this game. It's been a pretty interesting game, to be fair. A lot of forward this way and this way. It was pretty interesting. A lot of early wars, mid wars, late wars. So we see finally the Colosseum here. Colosseum being built by Fortaleza, probably. We don't see it's not updated yet, but I'm pretty sure it's in Fortaleza here. And Brazil is actually trying to take La Meca. He has the concave to do it, though I don't know if he has the troops to hold to it, because suddenly the troops from Gorgo are actually matching the troops from Brazil here. Well, Brazil could upgrade those extra if he needs. He has pre-built warriors behind this. So we'll see if he manages to take the city. The city walls are already down, so it could work. Yeah, the Fonz was amazing. If you don't know the Fonz, it's often hosting 1 game per week, roughly. and most of his games are pretty fun. So you can join us in CPL if you want to have a shot of this experience here. The Diversifier, not all the FFA games are scheduled actually. Most of them are not. The only reason those ones are scheduled is because it's a tournament. So those ones are all hard-coded already. But if you do just want to play regular FFA games, you can join the staging FFA. And anyone can do it really. And you'll be able to enjoy the games like we do. We often vote on settings and then we start the game. We got a new city here from Aztec. This is where he upgraded all his units, so I like it. It's also on a new continent, so he's got the wine and the oranges. So he's got 2 more luxuries for extra bonus strength. And I see Aztec now coming up. I'm pretty sure he's going to help his ally. Are they still allied? Yes, they are allied. So I think Brazil has to back off, unfortunately, from Mecca. Now the challenge for Brazil is to hold. So he wants to play defensively from now. He probably wants to try to get some field cannons if he can. And then once you get muskets and field cannons, you can hold until I guess modern armor, most probably. He might want to take out a few of the Korean cities and set up also troops on his other border, because he is surrounded now by everyone. So it's getting a little more trouble for him to win the game, but we'll see. We've got even more riders here. Like the reason he doesn't use them is he actually doesn't have the slots. He needs more amphitheaters and more wonders to put all those books in these cities, because he's making too many points per turn for riders. So Gorgo going south now, going towards the newest city of Brazil. Brazil's doing some gold projects. You probably need some gold to upgrade those muskets. And India will be completely eliminated pretty soon as well. So as I was saying, I think Brazil needed to set up a line here around Mecca, probably 1 tile further, if you wanted to try to hold Mecca. But with Aztec coming in, I don't know, maybe it might have been the best decision to do it like he did. Like he set up a line, but a little bit diagonally here, to be able to defend this newly conquered city. Now that Gorgo has taken a blow like this, I think the 2 favorite players to win are actually Requiem on Pericles and maybe Aztec. Oh! Wow, that did hurt actually. The city took a lot of damage here. There's no more walls. It's not siege, so it will heal a little bit, but will it be enough? The Brazil's biggest problem, yes, his ally is relevant, but it's probably because he is surrounded really. Like if you compare it to Requiem, he has 1 neighbor, potentially 2 or 3 depending if you count this. Same thing for Gorgo, same thing for Aztec, but Brazil is surrounded by the 2 superpowers in the middle of the map. Which happens often with it does happen often with Brazil. Because of their spawn with the jungle, they tend to spawn relatively in the middle. Alright, welcome in Under. You just brought a lot of people on the stream as well. Welcome everyone. So this is a free-for-all for the tournament. It's a time slot 5, so the first time slot for the weekend. We've got we've had 8 players. There's only 6 players left. There used to be Arabia here, MC Mag, which was a new player. He did decently well, but got surprise attacked by Gorgo, so lost the cities relatively quickly. And now there's a war between Brazil and the allies from the east, so Aztec and Gorgo are allied in this war. Next turn we might be able to see the city flip, Mecca, because Brazil is still trying here. I think he might be able to take it. We will see if he'll be able to hold it. That's another question. We'll see. And the other player that died was actually India. Munch did an amazing job defending. He was in a very tough position against Requiem, but finally he managed to hold with Varus, some walls. He had Defender of the Fate as well, and Victor, so it did help a lot. What I would have liked to see would have been Brazil getting a few more. I know he already has a lot of trouble here, but we're getting a few more units and take out Babylon. He does need to cut off the science from Gorgo here. Now Gorgo has caught up to him, so Brazil had their early science lead for quite a while, and now the players are catching up to him. So now he's on par with on science. They are all around 100 science per turn, 124, 109. 98, so they're all around 100. But he's had a science lead for so long that he's still okay. The problem is, since he hasn't cut off the science from Gorgo here, he will get outpaced and outproduced. He cannot compete with two different players, especially since Aztec just grabbed 2 luxuries now from this continent. Let's go check on the city-states actually. It might be important to keep an eye on it. Requiem has Stockholm. Kabul is still under Requiem's hand as well, so Mecca is very close to fall. Will it fall? We'll see. Newbie 1, so Gorgo, has Babylon, which is amazing for him. He's the one who's got the most riders this game. And Mecca does fall, so Brazil gets a new city. Now there's muskets north though. He needs to hold up. He needs to get more troops up there. Eiffel really secured Kumasi, so nobody can really take it from him with 15 envoys now. And we've got no suzerain for Geneva, which is a little surprising, but I see 2 players establishing their government now in Geneva. Requiem also has Carthage, and Swissy has Nanmadol. Swissy is Aztec, by the way, so he's not really using too much. He's got literally 1 commercial district and 1 city center next to the coast, so he's not really using the bonus for Nanmadol. Nanmadol bonus is +2 culture for each district next to the sea. So, for a relatively new player, Brazil did an amazing job this game. He had for sure a very strong spawn, maybe the best spawn in the game, although you could argue that the spawn for Greece was even stronger. And Greece got so much cocoa, so much gold, a lot of really good campuses, adjacency, campus spots. So Requiem really was in a very strong position from the start as well. Also, there's been a war since around turn 20. So it's been a 58 turn war between Korea and Kree. Actually, Kree finally backed off a few turns ago. He's still at war though. Kree has struggled a lot, but he just managed to get a few more cities, so he might be able to catch up a little bit in science. He's not to watch us yet, and he doesn't have mercenaries, and doesn't have... Well, he just reached apprenticeship now, so he's going to get more production. Eiffel also has other cities, but a lot of them were pretty late settled. He was on 3 cities, even 2 cities for a very long time. So for this, he does have some catching up to do. He's still behind on science, culture, and gold, but if he manages to win a war against Korea, he would be in a strong position. Though that's a big if, because Korea has a very strong defensive setup. Korea got scout rushed, so Eiffel went for maybe like 10 scouts, even if not more, to try to take out Korea early. It failed because Ryan, playing Korea, went for a full warrior. So is there a retake attempt on Mecca here? And by the way, this is the last turn before the next era, so we'll check the error score and everything next turn. We'll check which dedication players took. There was only I believe there's only 2 players went free inquiry for this age, which was Brazil and possibly Requiem. Honestly, I think Mecha might hold for now, but I would start to worry about Recife here. He has 2 warriors though, so if he brings them up, upgrades them to muskets, it might be doable. Although he cannot back off those muskets here, he needs to keep his line, I believe, otherwise he will lose it. And we see finally Greece with the culture lead as combined units. So Greece, Gorgo, is in a heavy culture lead. Well, he's not actually anymore, but he used to be. 129 culture here. Requiem 152, which is a lot of culture. We got Brazil only at 45, 66 for Aztec, and Korea's 31, Korea's 22. The culture, the science here, Requiem 140, 150 basically, so he's catching up. 74, so as you can see, Gorgo's main weakness was the science. He's still okay, but he's starting to get behind now. We got 115 from Swissy, so Swissy is still in this game. He was a little bit behind at the beginning just because of his location, but he's catching up. Brazil 112, so if he defends, he's still okay. And Korea's on 42 and Korea on 29. So we've got those 2 players here, Korea and Korea, unfortunately don't have much chance to play much longer. Yeah, Under and Tom are in this tournament. Tom will be streaming tomorrow, time slot 6, so it should be a very interesting stream. And I do believe Under streamed last weekend as well, so if you want to watch some rebroadcast, you can go check what he said, what he did. It will all be uploaded on the YouTube page as well. We see Spy being built by Greece here. And he failed the pyramids actually, so let's go check who finished the pyramids. The Jaime Garners were there. Artemis was right here. Oracle was in Brazil. And Aztec of the pyramids. Okay, interesting. So Mako should heal up enough to survive an extra turn, but I'm not sure I agree with the decision to withdraw units from Mecca here. Or if he feels he needs to lose a city, maybe he should have raised it from the beginning. I also like this move here. He's going to probably pillage this to get extra science and to prevent Brazil from keeping in science. Because right now, what Brazil needs to do is probably get some field cannons, which is exactly what he's taking for. He's going for this one and probably field cannons. And Mecha falls back to Gorgo. I don't think there's going to be any retake time from Brazil. I think Brazil is now more defensive. Although the problem is, we got Aztec, Gorgo, and Pericles all going for field cannons, so it's going to be pretty complicated now. Brazil suffers from being in the middle and having no real ally. His only ally is Korea here. What I would expect as well is, right now Korea is going for muskets as well to try to defend, but I do think Requiem will unfortunately kill Korea here. I think he's going to go for some field cannons and musket push. He's even got a catapult, so he might get to bombarder too. He's got Tamerlan, which works with Renaissance units, so those muskets will be affected by the general. So Requiem just trying to secure his victory. He's the favorite to win right now the game. Second favorite might have been Gorgo, but I'm not sure anymore. It depends how many cities he can take back, or even if he can push on Brazil. If he manages to take Brazil out, he's still a favorite to win as well. Otherwise, Aztec is doing pretty well. Yeah, I heavily encourage you to go check Tom's stream tomorrow. There's a lot of really strong players that actually have signed up for Time Slot 6, so it should be a very interesting game. Let's go check as well the age. There's actually one player in a golden, which is Eiffel, and we have 4 players in the Dark Age. So Ryan went Dark Age here. There are some cards for military strength, I believe, so it could be helpful to defend. India, well, Indian is pretty much dead, right? So it doesn't really matter. It's an AI right now. Aztec is in a Dark Age. I believe he simply did not plan for a golden at all. Maybe he's planning for an heroic age for the next era. That might be because it can be very, very strong. If he wants to win this game, it can be a very strong strategy. You on purpose go Dark Age now, and you wait for Industrial Era to go heroic, which is very strong. And Brazil is in Dark Age. I think Brazil was just so busy he could not focus on getting golden or normal age. But you might be able to use the Dark Age as well to defend. We'll see how it goes. Actually curious to see the government map here. So he is still running oligarchy, as you can see. We've got the players here. This one is the Maritime Republic, and oligarchy is right here. I don't think anybody's running monarchy. There's no players running monarchy. There's only India. Also, you missed the action invading, but it was a heavy religion game, so we don't see that very often in multiplayer, but there was a lot of action with religion. There was, on total, I think 5 religions. I think it's actually a new religion founded. We have to go check what it is. Catholicism. That's a new religion from Greece. So he conquered the holy sites from India and therefore founded his own religion. He got +4 faith for each wonders, and also extra science and gold from. This is a very strong supportive religion. Yeah, Resif is getting a lot of trouble. I think he's gonna lose the city as well. Islam still exists in the capital here of Rio. Islam was founded by Arabia, which died about 40 turns ago. It still exists here in Rio de Janeiro. Recife is, yeah, I think it's gonna fall, but problem for Aztec is he probably could not keep the city with royalty here. So he might have to raise it, or if he keeps it, install a governor, put up a card, get a monument, station a unit, try to keep the loyalty up. Problem is that he is in a Dark Age too, so it's going to be very hard for him to keep the city. Let's go check the religious map actually. It can be interesting. We won't see any religious victory, but you can see that there's actually a lot of pressure being dealt here. Aztec heavily, and still is doing a wonder here for religion, right? Heavily invest in religion for this game, which I'm not sure was the right decision to be fair, but we'll see how it pays out. It took some beliefs to be able to spread it better as well. This wonder though, I'll admit, Mahabodhi Temple is probably one of the best, if not the best religious wonder there is. 2 apostles is very strong. It allows you to completely reform your religion. And if you're going for a religious win, those 2 apostles, the scale doesn't cost as well, so you could recruit 10 apostles and suddenly get 2 free ones. So it is very valuable. Some more units die here. You can see Gorgo's strength getting closer from kills. It's getting pretty rough for Brazil here. Brazil probably has to back off. He might have to give up Hatton. Maybe if he got walls here, he'd be fine, but he doesn't have walls. Hatton falls and Recife is raised, so for the first time in this game, Brazil lost a city. So all the cities he lost were not his. He took them from Gorgo, but Gorgo now is pushing back. Oh, did he get Newton? Newton is next. Oh, okay. They need to recruit Newton. Who's gonna get it? Right now, both Greases have enough points. Requiem wants to have it to secure the victory, but if Newbie gets it, he might be able to come back and win this game as well. It's a really must recruit. No players noticing Newton. They should pay attention. It's quite important. Quite important. Okay, the war has started as well against Korea, between Requiem and Ryan. Yeah, now it might be the death sentence for Korea. I'll admit Ryan did amazingly good this game. He defended pretty well, did a very good job, but now I think he's getting outpaced. A bombard, field cannons, and corpse of those muskets. There's really little to be done here. It's going to be pretty hard for him to hold on to anything. He does have very defensible terrain though. Those 2 cities might fall, but this city could still hold. Maybe it's capital, so if he needs to put many crossbows behind this and hit muskets himself. No easy task to do, for sure. The city might flip to loyalty, but I think it should be fine. I think he should be more worried about those troops here. Probably Greece will push up on Jeonju as well. Yeah, I think Eiffel needs to, if Korea falls, Eiffel needs to take its share if he wants to stay in this game as well. Because he still needs to recover a little bit from the early game. Yeah, by the looks of it, I think Korea will be the next player to die, but at the same time Brazil is getting in trouble now. It's almost a race who dies first and who grabs the most land. But Brazil is still going for the Colosseum, which I think is a fair play, because to win he has to defend and get it. So it's not feeding. He just needs to manage his troops here, try to save a few of those, maybe pillage the farm here. Okay, let's go check this front here. Let's check what Ryan does to defend this. So, very bright. He starts by saving his warrior because he knows that he will need the warrior to upgrade to muskets. So he needs to save as many warriors as he can, so he has already units to defend. You see the bombard shot, field cannon, yeah, it's hurting, but I think he's actually running the card. No, it's not 50 strength. Yeah, he is running the card for extra strength on his cities. And I'm wondering which government he actually chose. He's still on oligarchy, so okay. He has the double oligarchy bonus. He's 2 turns away from muskets, so it's still doable. I think he will lose Jeonju for sure. I don't see him keeping Gwangju nor Jinju, but I think he might be able to save 3 of those cities. So Requiem managed to step on the encampment, but did not pillage it, unless it's a bug. Maybe no, it doesn't look pillaged. So it's a weird choice. I would have personally pillaged it if I was him, since I was on it. It gives an extra tile you can walk on. Some more troops being upgraded by Aztec. Aztec keeps pushing here. Okay, I think Brazil managed to survive here. I don't think Gorgo can push that much anymore. He might be able to push on those southern cities if he wants to. But Gorgo lost a lot in that war too. You have to remember, not only lost 2 cities, he did take back, but he lost many units. He lost maybe 2/3 of his archers. So it was pretty rough war. And actually, the more I look at it, the more I like the positioning from Aztec here. He's still investing in religion, so maybe he intends to try a religious victory. Let's go check the faith return here for Aztec. 25, so 25 is not enough for religious victory. Maybe he intends to use the faith to biodegrade people or to get national parks for... I'm not sure yet what he intends to do with it. His belief also doesn't give him anything. If you look at this, he gets activities, which, as Franz was saying, is not that great for Aztec because you already have a bonus for that. He's getting gold, which is fine bonus, and he's spreading easier passively. I guess if he could win if he converts some civilizations far from him and eventually have the passive religion win over. Though the problem is there's like 5 other religions in this game. So I don't really see him having a shot at winning a religion here. Okay, let's check Korea. I think that's going to be getting interesting now. It's a 2-front war. Korea is being attacked on 2 sides by Greece here. If the wall's going down here, this horse is getting bombarded. Oh, it's low, but it survives. That's unfortunate for Korea. I think he probably needed to kill at least this one. And Jeonju falls here. He's moving his government here. I think he recognizes the fact that he does need to hold this pass here more than anything. This city is already exposed, but this city, he absolutely needs it for the production. So I guess he prioritized his capital to defend. It looks like he chopped everything he could in that city, so there's no more production, unfortunately. The field cannons are hitting very hard. Jinju. Is there a war between Brazil here? There's not a war between Brazil and Pericles. I see some. Oh, Eiffel actually took the city-state maybe for the era score here. That's how he got Golden Age. He probably levied a city-state. And he's going to settle this river, probably here, between the mountains to get another camper spot. So Eiffel is recovering pretty well. Let's go check the demographics here. 159 for Requiem, 107 for Successive, Nubia 1 is on 98, and Brazil is now falling behind on 71, so finally getting outpaced. Wow. The reason India's got so much science is because of his religion here, 29, but he's dead. Eiffel is 45 science, and finally Ryan is on 29, so Ryan is unfortunately the next one on the chopping block, I think. The culture, Requiem is 140, 120 for Nubia 1, so the two Greces really battling each other. 288 for Brazil, so Brazil is losing all his culture. Successive on 79, Korea's on 48, and we've got Korea on 18.5. The reason he doesn't have watches yet is because he was rushed by scouts in the early game, had to defend, and basically had to defend the whole game against Kree. Though I'll admit, I think it could have been possible to sim more effectively, get more cities out quicker if he was perfect, but honestly, we can't really blame him. He did an amazing job defending. And he did not manage to get a lot of C1s up. He did get Hypatia though. So Hypatia helped him maintain his science to the level it is right now. He just hasn't grown the science. So he's got, in the ancient era, he was actually the lead. He had around 20 science per turn in the ancient era, which was a lot back then. So, and first watch out. So finally he got the watches, but a little late. A little late. I think he's going to lose Jinju. I was a little lucky here actually. 9 turns, okay, it's not too bad, could have been worse. Many watches being upgraded, so that should be very interesting. Suddenly we got watches, we don't have muskets just yet, but it should come pretty soon. Although for Greece he's hitting cavalry pretty soon as well, so that will be interesting. Cavalry against watches. Yeah, Guangzhou is probably going to fall as well. Let's go check on the technology tree. Most players are actually reaching field cannons and cavalry at this point, so we're getting the Renaissance era. This is Korea, so you can see the science. He's got this one. He's managed to reach the watches on the culture tree, but he doesn't have anything else just yet. So this is Requiem Greece. In 2 turns you will get the science here. You will get the cavalry. He doesn't get this. This is just me. Just because I'm the observer, so it shows my special unit. This is we already saw Korea. Requiem, Gandhi, Kree. So as you can see, Kree is behind. And he's getting knights next turn, so still has a lot of catching up. Newbie 1 is the only the next contender for the win as well. 1 turn here, he's got a lot of science saved up, so he has some science overflow he needs to use before it gets lost by getting a boost. So he's gonna use it on castle here, and that's it. Actually, that's I would curious to see Aztec though. This is Brazil. So Brazil went. Oh, he actually went for the plantations, which is interesting. He's rushing Big Ben. Okay, so he's hoping Big Ben saves him here. I think it might have been a mistake. As you can see, he's dying, so we can't say it's a mistake, but to be fair, he has so many plantations, so the extra food here is quite valuable. And here, we've got Big Ben. Let's go check the gold he's got. Maybe he's got a decent amount of gold actually. 43 gold per turn, and only 40 gold saved up, so the Big Ben wouldn't be very effective. I think he's too late now for Big Ben. He needs to swap strategy and just go for massive science. Well, since he went the top side, we could argue he could go for infantry. This actually, that probably is his plan when I'm thinking about it. He's probably not playing for Big Ben, he's probably playing for infantry. And let's go. I want to check Aztec, so let's go check quickly. I'm missing some cities falling down, so this is Aztec here. So he is, I think, looking. He's probably going to cavalry as well. Gogo trying for a push, and actually it's working. I don't see any units defending here. He needs to upgrade some units, but doesn't have the gold to do it. So Brazil is slowly falling apart, and that could be catastrophic for Requiem here, because Requiem relies on Brazil to hold on to win the game. Although Requiem did an amazing job here, he's taking Guangzhou now, and Jinju's falling next turn probably. I'll be right back. Bonjour Félix. Comment ça va? So the Colosseum was completed and back by Brazil here. It will be helpful, but he needs to hold on. He just needs to survive. He's getting a lot of gold from those projects. That's what he's trying to get. But will it be enough? He needs to upgrade. He needs more troops. He needs walls. He probably needs medieval walls at this point, but he cannot afford them in production. So Jinju will not fall next turn just because there's no military. Actually, I know he could fall because he has 3 movements and this is flat. It's not hills. It's only 2 movements to go there and then 1 movement to take the city. So he needs to move a field cannon and he'll be able to take the city next turn. One of the watches here managed to hold out. The bombard is very close to the city. There's a general. I think he could hit the city with 1 shot with the bombard here, so that could hurt a lot. Ryan is pulling off everything he's got from the city to defend his capital. He's gonna get victory established on next turn, so it will help holding the city. Here, UB1 really expects Korea to hold as long as possible, because if Korea holds and survives, he has a much better shot at winning. It's a race between the 2 Greases right now, between Pericles and Gorgo. Well, we do have Aztec also doing a fine job, but it's not enough. If Aztec teams up with Pericles, he could still win. But the same could be said about Kree, if Kree teams up with Gorgo here. So the Watcher falls here. But I think this will fall here. Oh, it's so close to dying, but it's not. The warrior might die though. He loses a crossbow here. And it's getting very complicated for Korea. I think Korea actually might die now. Since he failed to take this musket down, I think he will have enough experience to promote it level 4, and this should be the end for Korea. Let's go check here. A few more warriors actually fell for Brazil. Yeah, it's getting troublesome. The walls are getting up here though, so it will help him. He's running the card. He has a victory. He's running the card for extra strength in the city, so it will help, but will it be enough? I'm almost tempted to say Greece here should take Jinju, then attack Brasilia. So he should go to a double front and finish off Brazil if he wants to try to win this game. He needs to grab as many cities as possible towards Gorgo, because Gorgo will not stop here. If Gorgo gets every city, Gorgo will be in the lead. So it looks like Kree is just still summing up. There's another settler here. He might intend to settle the lake here, or maybe the river, we'll see. It would create a border between him and Aztec. And Aztec really doesn't have that much to do with his military. Like, I think, if anything, it'd be more good for the Aztec player if Kree was getting here. I think Kree should sail towards Brazil and hope his alliance with Pericles stands. You do have to remember that Kree actually has substantial bonuses for allies, so Pericles actually has a much stronger ally than Gorgo has, just because Kree is next to him. We never checked who actually got Newton. It's actually quite an important information. So Newton, Pericles got it, so Requiem got Newton. try to see both at the same time. It almost fits in the screen. So we can see an attack here. We saw some units trading here. Oh, this cannon. It's only +2 culture because it's a warrior, so. Jinju Falls, I think is going to keep the city, even if it has bad loyalty, he'll be able to. And he's going for the capital, okay. He's playing it, I guess, methodically. I guess he does need some reinforcements if he wants to take out Korea, but... Actually, I'm looking at it. Requiem doesn't have that many units. He probably needs more. He really doesn't have that much. If you compare to it, Gogo has a few more, but even Gogo lost a lot. There has been so many wars that their unit count's actually not that high for either player. Such a tense game, such a close game, really. You got to remember that whoever wins this actually qualifies for the semifinals, so there's a lot at stake here. And both of those players do want to get in the semifinals. Look at the score, 554 against 506. Even Aztec is not that far behind, 474. Let's go double check the science again. 123 for Aztec, so he's getting outpaced by Pericles now, 189 and 120 for Newbie 1. So Pericles has a science lead. I think he's gonna get Korea as well. So he's still the favorite to win, but it's not won yet. It really is close. 30 science for Gandhi, 75 for Brazil, 57 for Eiffel, 20 for Ryan. So Ryan is falling off now. The culture Requiem is 144 and UB1 is 132. So Requiem is taking the lead for culture as well. 81 for Aztec, 48 for Brazil, 49 for. So for the first time, Korea is actually outpacing Brazil now. 10 for Korea. There's a lot of problems here for Brazil. I don't know if he can hold anymore. He's lost too many units. He doesn't have enough to defend. And he does need those cities. He cannot afford to lose a single city at this point. I guess he could potentially afford to lose this one because it only has one district. But the rest, he cannot afford. If he loses any other city, he for sure dies. He's that close of being eliminated. Let's check it here. Maybe close off this. I think we close off. It's a button. The city is going to fall here. Fortaleza. Salvador de Bahia. Ah, not this turn, next turn. Unless Gorgo takes it. Here a lot of units were traded in Korea as well. I really must admit, Ryan did an amazing job. Like, even right now, against all odds, he's still defending, still killing units. And yes, he just lost 3 cities, right? But he's still there fighting with his watches, and the capital is still holding strong. Although he's starting to lose his own cities to loyalty because of all the pressure around. The siege is done for Rio, the capital city. Oh, and actually Brazil, oh no, okay, he decided, Gogo decided to go south and not take the city. He's going to probably let Aztec take it. Although I'm not sure Aztec would be able to hold it with loyalty. We'll see. You see some cavalry now coming up for Greece, Pericles, Requiem. And you gotta remember the culture lead as well help. Like, he's got the corpse now, so there's really little that can be done. The only thing he could have is he might have a victor like with 4 or 5 promotions here that could help him. He probably would need a general with the watches, but I mean, there's really little to be done in this position. He's almost surrounded. Well, he is surrounded, but the siege on the city is almost set up as well. Although maybe he does have the promotion on Victor that disallowed the siege, so that should not be a problem. I think Brazil will lose his capital next turn as well. Such a close game. So there's other traders going out here. I'm not sure which type of alliance they got. I'm not entirely sure they went for military. I mean, maybe they did, but it might be advantageous for them to go for science, because they actually, both of those players are behind in science compared to Greece here. And I do think Eiffel and Greece went for a research alliance. So one of the last muskets falls for Brazil. And the capital for Brazil falls, and the second city. Now this is catastrophic. Brazil is getting completely destroyed now. There's nothing you can do. I mean, even this pocket here of muskets, I think it's just too little. Now that is us, is 2 cities. This won't do any good. It will. He might be able to hold a few more turns, but he doesn't have walls. He needs walls in the city as well. Oof! Look at the capital from Korea. Although loyalty, 9 turns. Okay, he's still finding loyalty here. This will flip next turn. Or maybe it won't, just because it took the capital this turn. Maybe that will save the city from flipping straight away. How's the loyalty going here? 5. Is there actually a loyalty? There is one loyalty. Let's go check. Look, it's so low. It's 2 turns now because it took the capital, so I think it might still revolt, this one. How's the loyalty here? -6 per turn. So good game, Ryan. So Ryan just disconnected, so he's the 3rd player out. There's only 5 players remaining. One, two, three, 4. It's technically 4. Lost 5 cities. 5 out of 9. So when you have a run CPL, to be able to leave, you have to lose 66% of these cities. When you have 5 out of 9 is just not enough. He needs to lose another one. Though it shouldn't be too long. And you have to remember, Rodman is a relatively new player, right? And for a long time, I actually thought he was ahead. If you look at the classical era, and even in the early medieval era, when he got the muskets first, he was in the lead for this game, and he was a top contender to win. It's just the double, the 2 versus 1, and the outpacing from Gorgo with the culture really got a hold of him. I think he also made a few mistakes. He should have settled more, got a very quick 5-6 cities out. I think he should have kept going, get the lake here, get the river here, and probably take out Namidal, which he never did, and settle here. Because this area was his. Now it's Aztec because he's got troops there, but it was guaranteed to get to be him. And he's just lost Brazilian now. So he's lost 66%, he can leave. He did a good job, Rodman. It was pretty tough at the end. Okay, we see also Greece finishing off the Korean cities here. So Gorgo made a good call here. He rushed to get those cities to prevent Gorgo from taking Pericles from taking them as well. So he needs to get a foothold here. He needs to finish up those two. Aztec can take this one if he wants, but he does need those two main cities in his empire. So if you think the game just slowed down, be careful. At this point, it only races up. It's turn 91, so we're entering the late game for a multiplayer game. At this stage, players are thinking about the 3 or 4 things. They're thinking about tanks, so you need to be able to match the opening tanks. So if Pericles goes for tanks, Gorgo needs tanks, and so does Aztec, right? So does everyone actually. Eiffel, if he doesn't get attacked, he's fine. He's got an alliance right now with Pericles, and he's probably going to go for 80 crew or pike and shots to try to hold tanks if he's getting attacked. I'm not saying he's going to be successful, but he's got a lot of them set up, so yeah, he can have a defense set up. The next thing you have to worry about is now the scientists and the engineers, because the space race is on. From this point on, if you're not planning ahead, you will lose the space race. There's a lot of great engineers, great scientists. So you see Aztec actually has the first engineer points, so Aztec is already thinking for the late game here. The scientists, Requiem is far ahead, but whoever gets Einstein might still get this game. So even though a newbie one is behind in science or in scientist points, if you manage to get Einstein, you can catch up in science. The culture game so far, it's neck to neck, so I really doubt there's going to be any culture victory at this game. Religion is the same. It's going to be either military, concede, or science victory. And the last thing to consider is diplomacy here. So who kills who? How will it play out? By the looks of it, I think it will turn into a 2 versus 2. I think it will be Aztec and Gorgo against Pericles and Cree here. So Pericles is Requiem. He's technically the top holder right now, the first spot of it, 626 points. He's going to take 2 more cities as well from Korea. The next player in line to win is probably Gorgo here, where he's finishing up the Brazilian cities. He's behind with in science, but he's keeping up in culture, so he still has a shot. And I see some oh, that's actually pretty interesting. So some boats, those Corsair, or privateers I think in English, are actually to be upgraded in submarines later. So they are planning for the nukes. You have to remember, nukes are allowed this game, so he's planning to he's already getting building some submarines. So when he needs it, is it the same on this side? No. Okay, so the newbie one is really playing for the long game here. If he manages to get naval superiority, if he manages to get the control of the sea, he still has a shot of winning because he could nuke the cities while Pericles cannot nuke back. While he could potentially try to nuke defensively to kill the navy, but it's going to be pretty tough. And we do have uranium eventually when he discovers it in... We got how many? 1 uranium here? We got only 1 uranium for Pericles. Do we have uranium for Gorgo anywhere? There's one here in Aztec land. So, oh, looks like there actually might be a CC vote soon. Maybe newbie 1 says it's too long. I do think he still has a shot at winning if the game were to go on. But it looks like he might be tired, so he might be calling a game. Swissy Civ has a veto. Eiffel Plus is here. I'm not surprised here. I think he doesn't have a shot at winning right now, but he did a good job in his simming back after the war. So he's caught up. He's got a lot of cities up. So for the vote to pass, actually Eiffel vote here doesn't even matter. It's Swissy newbie 1 and Requiem we're looking for. Swissy pluses, so Swissy gives up the game. Well, he gives up. Thinks he would let Requiem go away with it. If you look at the science, Swissy is 133, Requiem is a 205, so Requiem has a 70 science lead. Well, he has a 50 science lead on newbie 1, so the lead is substantial, but not guaranteed win just yet. So newbie 1 plus is in, and I do agree with him. I think he still has a shot at winning. So it is GG. That is it. We've had a very, very fun game. This was super interesting. I'm actually going to go hop in and chat with the players now.
So he rushed in with muskets. It's like, well,
he must have thought that if he had the double oligarchy muskets, he might be able to take you, but he didn't have a general though. Maybe if he had a general.
Yeah, and then he didn't go for my units. Like, he took my cities, so I just walled him up and then waited until I got muskets and caught up. So he could have.
Well, he hasn't been around here long, so maybe he's not. I mean, because that's what I did. I just whittled his units down before I took his cities.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, he did very good for like a relatively new player in Brazil.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he had those mountains campuses, and his science was double everyone's, and he attacked at the right time.
Yeah.
I was hoping he was going to go the other way because there was all those wars over there. So I was just like, hey, I got one friend already, but like I just had all this wall of stuff, and then he had a wall of stuff, and he just upgraded it all. I was like, oh man.
Yeah, but if he went the other way, he would have met Pericles quicker as well. So there was no good solution.
Yeah, but he would have beat Pericles. I mean, I think I was ahead of Pericles at that point. Like, I was a harder man.
Well, maybe.
Guys, I'm gonna post screenshot
and I had the biggest military
of my spawn, guys. Really fucking amazing.
Oh, your spawn was very good. Might be the best spawn of the game, Requiem.
Yes.
Although, I'll admit the Brazil spawn was pretty strong too.
What's Tex Lobby, guys? So many Coco.
problem with Brazil is you're always right in the middle of the map.
Yeah, that's why I don't play them.
Yeah, I hate them, just for that reason.
Well, I love them, but you just get teamed up all the time.
Well, and like you have to, because if you let them go, they just go crazy.
And you don't have any bonuses early to defend. It's just like you have to wait very long time to get your bonuses up. You get the adjacency bonus, but that's not enough to defend.
I was gonna do some stuff with Kabul and things, but stupid India, the AI player, like flipped my Babylon with like 6 stinking envoys. So I had to use a bunch of them. It's like, oh my god.
Well, it was funny. Actually, Munch did an amazing job this game. Like you didn't see, I could see that, but he did defend the city forever. We all thought the city would fall in 2 turns. It took like 20 turns for it to fall.
Nice.
Yeah, Eiffel didn't have the best land, but at the same time you have Mecca Wap, so it depends.
Eiffel, my land was poo. I had 1 city, and I had 1 freshwater on Lake Renba, and I had no other settles. I had to attack that guy. I had 1 freshwater.
I can see your land. Really, it's a good land.
It was okay, but it was not like I had to attack because I had Sparta and I had no more freshwater. Besides,
the river was weird, but you couldn't know. But since you settled there, you blocked every other settle in the river.
Yeah, exactly. So then I explored and it's like, and then I found that wonder, which is good, but I just had to go war, and then I was warring the whole.
You got him by surprise, though. You had nothing.
No, he had absolutely nothing. He was kind of new, and then he settled like a city right when I was taking him out, so he's kind of doing me favors.
Yeah.
Oh well. Well, that was fun. Good game.
Well, good game. I think you had a shot at winning as well, newbie one.
Yeah, I mean it depends. Your military was good. You had but you had that cannon.
But how far were you from Steel? I got tanks in 4.
Yeah, but I think you would have won C, and if you win the C, you have nukes, so you can nuke him.
Oh, maybe.
That would have been the win condition, I think, but it would have been hard.
Those cannons would have caused me problems. I was going to take out Kabul and see if I could sneak Stockholm too, but oh well. Good game.
Good
game. It's a dirty trick giving him military alliance.
So thank you for watching, everyone. That was Time Slot 5. A relatively long game, really. We've been streaming for quite a while. And don't forget to tune in for the rest of the tournament. In 5 hours from now, there's another game starting. And it's going to be games all weekend. So stay tuned and have fun.